Good afternoon and welcome to our second Strategic Planning and Budget Committee meeting on the 2024 budget. I'll now call on Will Short, Regional Clerk, to conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig. Present. Councillor Deutschman.
Present.
Councillor Erb. Present. Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Hunick.
Still here.
Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett.
Present.
Councillor McCabe. Councillor Nowak. Councillor Solonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbanovic. Councillor Williams.
I'm here.
Councillor Wolf.
Here.
And Councillor Harris will be joining us shortly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And just for clarification, Councillor Harris is en route to here, and the Vice Chair, Councillor Deutschman, has to isolate, so that's why I'm in the chair, if people are wondering why I'm continuing to occupy the chair. I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, and their contributions to our community. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, the first presentation is Growing with Care, Plan and Budget 2024. Okay, sorry, Craig, just before you take the podium. I want to begin by thanking my colleagues and staff for a great discussion at our first meeting. As a recap, our last meeting, we discussed a significant gap in funding between federal and provincial governments and projected $173 million that the region is covering that should be funded by senior levels of government. Following a presentation from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, we passed a motion calling on both upper levels of government to look at a new fiscal framework for the region of Waterloo that recognizes the needs of our rapidly growing community. We also heard more about the major budget impacts of 2024 and our new strategic plan that is driving investments in the 2024 plan and budget. Our first meeting was really about context. And while today we get into more details on the specifics of 2024, including the tabling of a budget and a deep dive on climate-aligned growth, we have a lot of information and discussion ahead, followed by an important public input session. With Councillor Deutschman participating virtually, I will chair until Councillor Harris can join us. I will do my best impersonation of Councillor Harris. I'm going to ask that you limit yourself to one question and one follow-up, and you have additional questions, we will add you to the back of the queue for others to have a chance to speak. Our goal is keeping the conversation moving while making sure that we hear from everyone. I will remind the committee that we have a hard stop at 5 p.m. this afternoon. If we're not done the business at that point, we will recess the meeting and reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So now I will turn the floor over to Craig Dyer to kick us off.
So thank you to the chair, and welcome to members of the Strategic Planning and Budget Committee to Budget Review Meeting number 2. We're going to, as already indicated today, we're going to take a closer look at one of the 4 priority areas as determined during the strategic planning process. That's going to be climate-aligned growth, and you'll be hearing from several of my colleagues today as they describe for you some of the initiatives that we're taking in that area. So just bear with me for 1 second here.
We all love technology when it works.
We all love technology when it works. Yes, absolutely. So what we're going to do today, and what you'll see over the next 3 or 4 meetings, is an overview of the draft operating capital and user fees that are proposed as part of the 2024 budget. And I should say that the budget itself, at this point, we consider to be tabled to council. So the preliminary budget book has been prepared and is available. And essentially what that means is that from this point forward, any changes to the budget, operating, capital, user fees, are changes that are made by this committee and council. So this is kind of the handing over, if you will, from all of the staff work that's been done over the last several months to get us to this point. The budget you can consider now officially in your hands to do with as you wish over the next several weeks. There are motions that you'll see over the course of the day today and in future meetings dealing with specific service expansions that we'll be looking for budget committee to consider, and we'll walk you through that process as we get to each of those particular service expansions. As already indicated, our first deep dive into climate-aligned growth, and of course, an opportunity for members of the committee to ask questions, to seek clarification on any items, and if there's any specific items that you would like us to report back on in future meetings, this would be the time to let us know. Just as a reminder of our schedule, following today, we have several meetings planned over the month of October, including the continued detailed reviews on November 1st, November 8th, and November 29th. We also have scheduled a presentation from the Police Services Board and Chief on November 22nd, and final budget day planned for December the 13th. And in each of those cases, I should say, for today and November 1st, 8th, and 29th, as indicated by the chair, there is a carryover meeting scheduled the following day in the event that any additional time is needed. So I've already spoke to the service expansions. Any amendments that are made over the course of this and future meetings will be tracked by staff. We'll start each meeting from this point forward with an update as to the current status of the operating budget. And we should say that if you look at the final point that we've added onto this slide, so the motions for service expansions will be presented to you in the form of staff direction. So along the lines of that staff be directed to include a certain service expansion in the budget. This can be altered when we get to budget day if needed. So the point here is that it's possible that a service expansion gets added today, for example, that you may have second thoughts about or doesn't fit into the grand scheme of the budget. That will be able to be removed on budget day without the need for presenting any kind of notice. So we've been quite deliberate in how we've worded these service expansions. And of course, the budget, the plan for 2024 is aligned with the strategic plan that this council has recently approved. If we've done our work correctly, you should see a significant alignment between the service expansions that are being proposed and how they fit into the various priority areas in the budget. So in terms of our current status, again, this is something that we'll start each meeting with. We're currently sitting at a 7.3% tax impact, inclusive of all of the service expansions that are being proposed. And you may have seen in the package that was provided late last week, there's a service expansion package that describes each of the specific expansions that are recommended by staff and that various commissioners will speak to as we work through the various strategic plan priority areas. So, if we just kind of work our way through here, the base budget increase, base budget again, to keep doing what we're currently doing, currently sitting at 5.9%. There's approximately 6.7 million in recommended service expansions. I'll describe some of those in a minute. And that would take us up to 7.3%. And that is assuming 2% assessment growth, which we're quite confident we'll be able to achieve. And we'll certainly update that number over the next couple of weeks as well. And I should take this opportunity, if you just give me 1 minute here, I should take this opportunity to give you an update on the police budget, which was presented in its initial form to the board this morning. It's a $230.3 million tax levy. And if it was to be approved at that level, it would increase the police portion of the budget by just under 5.5%. So just as an example, if we took the 7.3% that you see on the slide here, leaving out for the moment the plan to end chronic homelessness, we'll come back to that, and with the police portion of the budget, for example, right now at just under 5.5%, that would work out to an overall tax increase in the range of 6.7%. So remember, this is the weighted average concept. The region's portion of the budget is about little more than 2/3. If it's going up by 7.3%, and the police roughly 1/3 is going up by 5.5%, you get an average of about 6.7%. So again, now that the budget has been submitted to the board on a preliminary basis, we'll start to include those numbers in this analysis at the start of each meeting. Plan to end chronic homelessness. We described this a couple of weeks ago. That work continues. Staff are diligently working on a report that is scheduled to come forward to the Community and Health Services Committee on November the 7th. And so those numbers, which are still being worked on, are not included in the numbers that I just showed you on the previous slide and won't be reflected in any other numbers in this presentation. We'll be able to incorporate those numbers as we move through the next couple of meetings. And again, you can look for that report on November the 7th. So the overall 2024 operating budget, again, this excludes the police, currently sitting at 1.3 billion. I don't think I'll go through this in much detail. Much of these slides are kind of our background information that aren't really essential, at least at this point, from a decision-making perspective. It's designed to give you a high-level overview of what's in the budget. Here you can see how that 1.3 billion is allocated across the various services that are provided by the region. And from a funding and financing perspective, you can see property taxes funding about 41% of the overall budget. Continued increases in federal and provincial funding, specifically relating to the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Plan. User rates approaching $300 million now in 2024. So, a range of revenues funding the overall operating budget. And from a provincial and federal funding perspective,
Craig,
yes.
do you want questions as we go along? Okay, Councillor Hunick has a question, and I think it was on the last slide.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, Chair. I believe this is a slide that refers to operational supports, and I'm not proposing that we take it out or put more in, but I'm wondering if you can speak to what that entails, just a basic reference.
In the wrong side.
Sorry, organizational supports. Sorry. Is the item that I wasn't sure what it refers to.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I missed that right at the, okay, so so this is on the pie chart that shows the distribution or allocation of operating budget expenditure. And at the bottom of that pie, you'll see a piece called organizational supports. And I may not have the 100% complete answer, but it would include anything from finance to legal to human resources. Let's say all of the say, back office organizational supports that are needed in order to ensure the delivery of services. So federal and provincial funding, again, just here for your information, you can see some of the areas where funding has changed. I think the couple of notable ones here, the childcare one across the top, an additional $8.4 million of funding, again, to continue the rollout of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program. We'll speak more about this at the upcoming meeting on November 1st. Changes to funding through for the Ontario Works programming. This refers to reflects the modernization of the Employment Ontario program and a reduction in funding that we're expecting on January 1st. Relatively modest changes in the other areas, certainly with public health. And you recall we discussed last time about the previous mitigation funding under public health that has now been made permanent as part of the base budget by the Ministry of Health. From a non-tax revenue perspective, we've listed here the most significant non-tax revenues as part of this budget. I think the most significant item here is likely the increase in the public transit fare budget, which at this point is approximately $11.5 million, so a significant increase over last year, reflecting the increase in ridership that we've experienced over the latter part of this year. And each of these we can go into and will go into more detail on as we work through each of the various program areas. Use of tax stabilization reserve has had some discussion, and certainly had some discussion over the last budget, so we thought it was important to give you a sense of how that reserve is proposed to be used in the 2024 budget. So we have at this point identified about $5.6 million in funding from the tax stabilization reserve, and this goes to paramedic services. And you may recall our approach that we've taken over the years is to phase in provincial funding by using the tax stabilization reserve, and that works out to just under $3.5 million. We're still working through the fuel price phase-in. So last year we had about $3.5 million planned from the reserve. This year we're down to $1.9 million, and then a small amount, about $300,000 used to phase in, at least temporarily, costs associated with the Employment Ontario service as outlined in a previous report to Council. And so when we look at the budget overall, we talked previously about the significant drivers, like, what's driving this significant increase in the levy, both in 2023 and 2024. And my message to you a couple of weeks ago was that there's actually not too much that has changed over the last year. Inflation still continues to be the most significant driver. We have, in addition to inflation, we have the annualization of service expansions from the 2023 budget. We have changes in provincial and federal funding, which are largely offset each other. In most cases, when we are receiving additional funding, it's to deliver service, and there's an associated expenditure with it. So it doesn't actually have too much of a levy impact. And then, of course, we have about $6.7 million in recommended service expansions. And that brings us overall, if you see on the right-hand side, an overall levy increase of about $44 million. And this is where I think the committee's attention will be focused over the next several meetings as you consider service levels and you consider service level expansion as recommended by staff.
So, Craig, we have another question from Councillor Craig.
Can we go back one slide to the rate stabilization fund, just very quickly? So what you're saying is what, 15 million in that budget? Am I correct?
The target balance for the tax stabilization reserve is $15 million. That's correct.
You're taking these amounts out.
So we are proposing through the budget. So it's an important clarification. Yes, we are proposing to use about $5.5 million of that reserve in the 2024 budget.
I don't disagree with it, but I remember the argument last year, and people felt we couldn't touch a nickel of it. So here we are. So it's interesting. Thank you.
So just quickly on user fees and charges, there's a briefing note on your agenda today. It's for information. There isn't a recommendation or a decision that needs to be made today. It outlines for you in one report where we're proposing to make changes to various user fees and charges. You'll hear more today about the proposed changes for water and wastewater services. You'll hear more today about waste management. I think at the next meeting is when we'll delve more deeply into the transit services changes. That'll be on November 1st. And there's a number of smaller updates and changes that are being proposed for next year. Eventually, this will come forward as a recommendation on budget day. There'll be a motion to approve a new user fee and charge bylaw, but you'll have plenty of opportunity as we work through the different program areas to ask questions and to get a more deeper understanding as to why we're proposing to change some of the user fees and provide some direction to staff as to whether you think those changes are appropriate or not.
So Craig, Councillor Deutschman has his hand up. Go ahead, Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. You said earlier that the budget book has been passed to us, but we've only been given 2/3 of the budget today. A significant portion of this budget has not been passed to us, which is the 1/3 from the police services. So we're like a three-legged stool with two legs. So how are we supposed to be making decisions about the 2/3 when we don't have the significant 1/3 with us?
So I'm assuming that is more of a comment than a question. So I'm going to let Mr. Dyer continue on.
Well, Madam Chair, with respect, that's a question. I mean, Mr. Dyer is saying that we have all we need to make the decisions, and I'm saying, how can he make that statement? That's a question for Mr. Dyer.
So through the chair, what I would say is we have provided for council all the information that's required in order to make decisions with respect to the directly delivered regional services. We will, as we work through this process, incorporate the information about the police budget as it becomes available. So when we put this material together on Friday, we hadn't received the proposed numbers for the police. From this point forward, we will include the police numbers in our analysis, and as part of the as part of Budget Committee's review, there's a date scheduled on November 22nd where the police budget will be presented, and I think this committee will have ample opportunity during that over the course of that day and at other times in the process to ask the questions it feels it needs to ask about the police budget.
So second question, Madam Chair, and first off, I mean, we're going to have one day to talk about 1/3 of the budget, yet spend all this time talking about 2/3 of the budget. Now, second question, do we have to complete our budget by December as per the schedule, Mr. Dyer?
Through the chair, the short answer is no. There's no requirement for the budget to be approved on December 13th. That's the schedule that council has endorsed and that we'll work towards until otherwise directed.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer.
Councillor Foxton, do you have a question?
Well, just comments, Madam Chair, and this is our budget. This is the regional budget. The police budget is a separate entity. When we merge them two together, that becomes taxation. But we have to work at our end, just like the police worked at their end, so that they can merge them together. The second thing is, no, you're right, Mr. Dyer, you do not have to have the budget done by December 31st. But if we delay it, we delay taxation, which has a huge implication to all the municipalities in getting out the taxation budget for 2024 and implementing the first taxes. We all at the municipalities wait for the regional budget, the merged budget, to be done so we can create the taxation by March to get the first tax bills out by July. To put it further behind takes us, so let's say we do it by June, because if we delay it all. So when it gets to the municipalities, it won't get out until September. That means the tax bill in 2024, the first bill in September, will be 3/4 of the year's budget, which means if you're paying $4,000 taxes that year, your first invoice is going to be 3/4 of that $4,000. That is why we have it done by December 31st, so that the municipalities can get it, tied into theirs, and we can get the first tax bill out by July. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of clarification. The tax out process that Councillor Foxton just outlined is not correct at all.
So, Councillor Deutschman, I appreciate you might have a difference of opinion with Councillor Foxton, but I'm...
Well, that should be, Madam Chair, that should be clarified by Mr. Dyer, what was just stated by Councillor Foxton on the public record.
I'm going to call us back to order. I'm going to suggest that I'm now going to cluster comments and questions and allow Mr. Dyer to work through this very important information that we hope people are reflecting on. So I'm going to ask Mr. Dyer to continue with his presentation at this point.
Thank you to the chair. So just again, to recap on user fees and charges, more information to come as we work through the various program areas and strategic priorities over the next few meetings. And a motion on budget day to approve a new user fee and charge bylaw. And as part of budget preparation each year, a significant effort has been put in by staff from across the organization in order to look for new opportunities to be more efficient, to save money, to generate additional user fees and charges. Those efficiencies over the years, here we're showing a 5-year history from 2019 to 2023, which totaled about $40 million. And that's anything from new revenues, from reviewing staffing levels, looking at our significant expenditure lines, including utilities, energy, consulting fees, and in some cases service level adjustments as well. And this level of savings has been relatively significant, certainly in the last 3 years. And as we look at the 2024 budget, you'll see here that the number is smaller in 2024. And I think the number is smaller in part because of the significant amount of adjustments and reductions and efficiencies that were put in place over the last 3 budgets. So we have now incorporated an additional $3.3 million of savings into the budget, and again, you'll hear about some of that as we work through the budget presentations over the next few weeks. From a service level perspective, 2 things to be aware of. First of all, in the 2024 budget, we have to capture the annualization of any service level improvements or changes that were made in 2023. So we just have a list here that shows you some of the decisions that were made through budget and in some cases after budget, which we have now reflected in the preliminary 2024 estimates. This includes the pre-budget approval for paramedic services expansion on January 1st, the purchase of 139 University Avenue West, and some changes that were made with respect to Employment Ontario that I referred to earlier, and some adjustments on the overall funding for key cultural institutions. You'll be seeing more of that in the early part of November. And I apologize for the smallish font here, probably could have put this onto a couple of slides. Certainly wasn't my intention to go through this in detail. This is to try to give you a high-level overview of where service expansion is being proposed in 2024. And again, you will hear about this. You're gonna hear details today on the water and wastewater side, on some of the transportation items, where we're looking to enhance our service levels as we head into the 2024 budget. Each of these, again, is summarized as part of the package that was distributed late last week, and this includes everything from further expansion in terms of paramedic services. It includes some service level changes on the transit side in terms of additional service hours, and the proposed UPass for Conestoga College. It includes the expansion relating to automated speed enforcement, which has been brought forward before council a few times over the course of this year, and a number of other smaller adjustments that staff are proposing, and that will all be subject to council's approval. So anywhere where service is anticipated to either be increased or reduced, any of those changes will be made by motion from Budget Committee and then reflected in a revised budget. Flipping briefly to the capital program, so included in the preliminary budget book is a complete list by service of the projects that are contemplated over the next 10 years. This includes, of course, all of the work that we need to do to maintain our existing assets that are on and in the ground, of course, informed by our asset management policy and planning. And in addition to that, all of the service, all of the new and expanded services that are required in order for us to accommodate the significant amount of growth that's happening in the region. At this point, the 2024 capital program is $545 million. At this point, this does not include the police services capital program, but as of the next meeting, we will include the police numbers as they stand in this budget. You can see here I think not surprisingly, the most significant areas of capital investment: water and wastewater, transportation, public transit, and our housing and homelessness programs. From a financing perspective, we have a significant amount of our capital program funded by our tax-supported and user rate-supported reserves. We do have debt planned for 2024, but I would say at a relatively modest level. I think the work that staff have done in order to make sure that our projects in 2024 are prioritized and that we're putting forward to council the most realistic capital program possible has resulted in what we think is a very manageable amount of debt to be issued in 2024. We have more work to do with respect to the amount of funding that will be available from development charges. That applies not only to 2024, but also throughout the forecast, and more information will come forward through this process and in the early part of next year. Our overall 10-year capital program currently sits at about $6.5 billion. Again, roads, public transit, housing, and water and wastewater being the most significant components. And this slide just shows you the overall level of funding of that $6.4 billion. We'll be going through this in much more detail as we get into the November meetings. And so with that, through the chair, I'll pause there to see if there's any further questions. And then I believe I'll be turning the presentation over to my colleague, Jennifer Rose.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hunick, you have a question.
I have some transit-related questions, and I'm not sure if this is the time to ask them.
So depending on the nature of the question, it may be best to wait. We do have some information on the transit budget happening today. There'll be more information coming at the November meeting, but perhaps when Mathieu gets to that piece, that might be an appropriate time to ask.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay, I'll keep you on the list. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thanks, Craig and your team for providing this information. It's more of a clarification where one of the slides where it had housing for all, and it said that the airport asset management resources was listed under that. I'm just really confused about why the airport, if you want to flip back to it, it was the slide that was quite with the small print. Yeah, it has airport resources to meet current and expansion demand under Housing for All. Just wondering why that's there or how that relates to Housing for All.
Yeah, perhaps I could look to my colleagues, either Mr. Regier or Ms. McDonald.
Through you, Chair Redmond. I think what we've done in a number of cases here is included a variety of economic development related files underneath the Housing for All, because we know that housing affordability, housing is a product of the economy. Its affordability is based on the performance of our labor market. So in a material way, the airport actually fits into that economic resilience that supports a viable housing market. But I can agree with you that that's a bit of a stretch. I think if we had an economic development related pillar in our strategic plan, this would probably be a different place to put it. So,
if I can add to that through the
Bruce?
chair.
Oh.
Yeah, I think one of the things, again, we've tried to do in this strategic plan is really integrate it and have it as holistic as possible. And that's why it's not houses for all, it's homes for all, and a recognition of all the things that make a home in a community and the economic viability of that community that's important to be able to have those homes. And so that's why it's in the homes for all priority, although there's certainly economic development opportunities through all of the different priorities as well.
Mr. Lochner?
Yeah, it's we will correct the heading there to Homes for All. To the councillor's question, if we look back, and I don't know if we have the slide here under Homes for All, item 4, unlock region-owned land that supports community growth. It talks about affordable housing, but it also talks about shovel-ready employment lands and other infrastructures for families and future needs. So if we think of the East Side land development anchored around the airport and aerospace and aeronautics, that was the intent to capture. And as Rod said, we used to, in the previous strategic plan, have something specifically on economic development, and we just tried to fit it in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deutschmann?
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Mr. Dyer, I think we need some clarification. It's my understanding, and we just, if I recall, the 2023 budget was completed in February or March, I'm not even sure. So with respect to tax notices going out, the initial tax notices go out based on usually the prior year taxes, and then the second notice goes out later on to adjust for any increases in the tax levy or tax rate. So if you could just clarify that, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with respect to the understanding. I could be wrong, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly, especially if we have to get into a situation where we might have to adjust our budget schedule.
Yeah, so through the chair, I would say that's correct. What's typically referred to as the interim tax bills that are sent out by the area municipalities, sometimes it's in one installment, sometimes it's two, are typically based on the previous year's levy. And then there's let's say a reconciliation of sorts once in this case, once both the upper tier and lower tier budgets are complete and the levies are known, the taxes are then determined for the year, and deducted from that would be the payments made on the initial interim taxes. In terms of the region's budget schedule, I think there are, from my perspective, I think having a December budget approval is a good practice. It's a good business practice. It does a couple of things. It gives staff the full year to implement what's in the budget. And that's important both from a service delivery perspective on the operating side, equally important on the capital side as well. I think the sooner we have an approved budget for the following year, the sooner there's clarity on which projects are going to go ahead in terms of getting tender documents put together and out on the street as early as possible. I think there's plenty of good reasons to target a December approval. And that's why I think council has approved the schedule that it has. But that being said, if that needs to be changed at some point, then so be it.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer.
Thank you. Those are all the questions, if you want to continue.
Good afternoon. I'm very excited to speak to the climate-aligned growth priority. My name is Jennifer Rose, and I'm the Commissioner of Engineering and Environmental Services. This afternoon, my colleagues, Matthew Getsky, Commissioner of Transportation, and Rod Regier, Commissioner of Planning, Development, and Legal Services, will present how our departments are supporting this focus area. We are further supported by our directors in the audience, who are all very passionate about this focus area. So this strategy is about our line in the sand on climate change. We see the impacts of global warming and adverse weather events every day, and we must do more to adapt and build infrastructure which helps mitigate climate change by lowering our carbon footprint. The strategy commits us to ensure that as we grow, we will support a healthy environment where communities can thrive, and that we will support sustainable community growth by being creative and collaborative with the many partners we work with across the region. Over the next 4 years, we will use a climate adaptation lens to reimagine infrastructure, land, and the services needed for growth. We'll foster car alternative options, and we'll steward our natural environment and shared resources as we grow. So this slide speaks to a number of the work that we're doing in this focus area. And you'll see some, the C means capital and the O means operating on the, beside each of the items that are there. You'll see what our investments are in these areas on this slide. So we've got a growing transit network, we've got innovation in waste, asset management and vital community infrastructure, complete, safe, and climate-resistant transportation networks, climate and sustainable planning, and protecting and providing safe water resources. The region invests considerable resources and efforts into this priority area, and this slide shows service level highlights. This slide profiles some of the strategic initiatives that support climate-aligned growth priority. And what you'll see is the arrows pointing up to 1, 2, 3, and 4, and those are the outcomes that we're expecting out of these priority areas. And I really like this slide because it has the objective and it has the actions. And if you look at the actions, not all of them are in the same department. And I think that's really key to understand, is that as a corporation, we're supporting this focus area. So it's low carbon emissions, lower energy utilization across regional infrastructure, and increased use of car alternative options and stewardship goals. Maybe if I looked over here. So to get into water and wastewater, I wanted to start with the, as I did last year, with the Haudenosaunee Thanksgiving address, because I think that our stewardship of the environment is very similar to what we hear from our Indigenous nations. And this translation of the Mohawk version of the Haudenosaunee Thanksgiving Address was developed, published in 1993, and provided courtesy of Six Nations Indian Museum and the Tracking Project. So the waters. We give thanks to all the waters of the world for quenching our thirst and providing us with strength. Water is life. We know its power in many forms. Waterfalls and rain, mists and streams, rivers and oceans. With one mind, we send greetings and thanks to the spirit of water. And now our minds are one. Water and wastewater services provides safe drinking water and treats wastewater for our community and directly supports climate-aligned growth. We protect the groundwater and Grand River, which provides our drinking water. We protect rivers and streams, which receive our treated wastewater. We respond to spills from vehicle accidents, to paint poured into storm drains. We monitor companies to ensure they are following the sewer use bylaw. We take samples and test water and wastewater to ensure compliance. We educate the public and businesses in water conservation and environmental compliance. When we grow, we need to incorporate leading practices such as methane gas to power our plants, efficient pumps and processes to minimize impact on the environment. We want to leave the environment in the same condition or better than we found it. I always like to talk about the Walkerton tragedy during budget process and as part of the annual report, which comes in March, just as a reminder to all of us, myself included, of how the Safe Drinking Water Act started. So just as a reminder, in May 2000, the Walkerton water supply was contaminated with E. coli, and 2,321 residents became ill, and 7 died from their illness. So that was approximately 50% of the town. So in response to this tragedy, the Walkerton inquiry identified a lack of operating, regulatory, and compliance obligations. Out of this came the statutory standard of care, which is applied to all those who make decisions on the water system, including myself, my team, and individual members of council. This means that the people of Waterloo Region expect us to make decisions that any reasonably prudent person would make to ensure our water remains safe to drink. The decisions we make are of a 2-tier water and wastewater system, except in North Dumfries and Wellesley Townships, where it is a 1-tier system. The only other 2-tier regional systems in the province are in Niagara and York. The region of Waterloo's system consists of over 100 water supply wells and 13 wastewater treatment facilities located throughout the entire region, which is 1,400 square kilometers. This makes the region unique in Ontario, as most larger municipalities are lake-based and not groundwater-based systems. The region also performs the following on behalf of the area municipalities: regulatory water samples and testing, spills response and industry monitoring, and advice for distribution and collection infrastructure capital projects. We performed approximately 54,000 tests to support clean drinking water in 2022, and we have, at the regional lab, performed over 135,000 tests to support drinking water, wastewater treatment, the landfill, and water supply. So it's a big piece of work that we're doing to protect our water. These are the strategic initiatives which directly support climate-aligned growth in 2024. So the water supply strategy and the Tier 3 water model updates is ongoing work to look at our water supply needs out into 2051. And this is looking at the entire region, and we're including in this the growth or the lands that were given to us by the province. The source protection plan and assessment report needs to be updated because amendments to the Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act in 2018 require that system owners ensure that water work to assess the vulnerability of new or expanding drinking water systems is completed and accepted by the local source protection authority before the owner can apply for a drinking water works permit or license, and that the water not be provided to the public until the updated source protection plan that protects the system is approved. So this is speaking to our role in protecting our groundwater. And with respect to wastewater capacity studies, I know I've spoken to many of you about your concerns around this with the new lands that were brought in. We are, of course, addressing that. We have the St. Jacobs wastewater treatment plant expansion, the Baden wastewater pump station, which includes a new and expanded pump station, the Wellesley Water and Wastewater Master Plan, and the Air Wastewater Treatment Plant Optimization Review. This slide speaks to the needs or pressures in water and wastewater, and also the proposed changes that we're asking through the budget. The growth in the region is happening very quickly, and the region is expected to reach 1 million people by 2051. Since the region takes its drinking water from the ground, there is a great opportunity to review our water conservation programs and expand upon them. A couple of water efficiency examples, which we have advertised recently, are webinars to use water efficiently in the home and winter maintenance at commercial properties. So the water supply strategy I spoke to earlier will focus on more conservation efforts for our community. The region's Water and Wastewater Services Division will also be focusing on preventative maintenance, more on preventative maintenance, I should say, to reduce costly reactive repairs. This will support asset management objectives and reduce overall operating and capital costs. So an example of this is the sanitary pipe and the spill which happened at our Manitou Biosolids facility. This is where there was a spill to the environment and it went into the river. So that if this pipe had been inspected regularly, a buildup of calcite would have been discovered and removed, which would have prevented the backup. So fixing the pipe and the cleanup costs approximately $600,000, which is significantly higher than an inspection and scouring program. The region, however, does have one of the lowest operating costs nationwide due to an increase in automation in our programs and processing. However, our system has grown by 25% since 2018, and our staff complement has decreased by 3%. So we're currently reviewing our operating plans to support more preventive maintenance activities, and the 2025 budget may see an ask for more resources. The last thing I'd like to highlight with council is operator staffing. We've all heard that recruitment and retention issues is a problem in every industry. It's no different in water and wastewater. The particular thing about water and wastewater operators is they need to be licensed to perform their duties. It takes a great deal of time and post-secondary education to become the highest level of operator, which is level 4 operator, which we must have because we have a level 4 treatment system. And over the past 10 years, many people have retired, and a lot more people will be retiring soon. This situation is not unique to the region. It's an Ontario-wide issue, but I wanted to make you aware as the owner of the drinking water system that this is something that we're working actively on as a leadership team. So our ask in 2024 is for a health and safety specialist. Our workers deserve to feel safe and confident. And a recent gap analysis of health and safety needs within water and wastewater identified a need for a dedicated health and safety specialist within this industrial environment to address deficiencies. A dedicated resource will address health and safety gaps, thus minimizing risk and ensuring the safety of our staff. I don't know. Am I pointing it over there? Yeah. This is a reminder to council about the value of our assets, which were $2.53 billion in our last asset management plan. These all need to be operated, maintained, repaired, and replaced. The water and wastewater services supplied, treated, and distributed 56 million cubic meters of water and treated 57 million cubic meters of wastewater. And last week, on a tour of our Mannheim water treatment plant and the Kitchener wastewater treatment plant, a number of councillors who are here today could see the amount of infrastructure needed, and that was only at 2 of our facilities. So these are the water and wastewater capital investments. I've broken them up into 2 areas. One is asset management and one is growth, and we really focus on upgrades, infrastructure renewal, and capacity increase, storage facilities, expansions, and we're looking at urban and rural infrastructure. So I just wanted to give you a little taste of what we have in our capital program. This slide speaks to the operating and capital program in the water distribution and wastewater collection of North Dumfries and Wellesley. So you can see the operating and capital dollars listed on this slide. And in there, the capital programs are really focused on the linear infrastructure, so leak detection, replacements, doing studies, replacements and upgrades. This slide speaks to our proposed rate change for 2024, and as you can see from the boxed area, there is no change that we're proposing to what we had proposed last year in the 2023 budget year. So we're not asking for an increase in those rates, just from what we had projected from last year. This is the annual household impact from a wholesale perspective. So this would be all of the area municipalities except for North Dumfries and Wellesley. And it is an increase of an annual increase of $8.86 for water and $13.99 for wastewater. And in North Dumfries and Wellesley, the increase is $19.83. No, wait a minute, monthly charge, $2 a month for water and $2 a month for wastewater. We usually need better glasses. Oh, and now I think I'm turning it over to Cheryl. Unless people wanted to ask Chair Redmond, I'm not sure if you want questions now or after Cheryl's done her piece of the financial slides.
I see no one in the queue, and I'm assuming that your reference to transit. Oh, Councillor James.
Not really a question, just thank you for the tour last week. It was very insightful, very educational. There is a lot of moving parts to ensuring our water and our wastewater is, being reused in appropriate ways, but also, that residents in this region are getting the cleanest water possible. So I just want to thank you because it was quite a good tour. So thanks for your work and your team, Jennifer.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure.
We've had a gathering. Jennifer, don't go away. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. And I did wish I could have attended that tour, and maybe there's a time in the new year another one might be scheduled, because I would really be interested in seeing that. And seeing the operation of it. So I just a couple of things. I know we provide an awful lot of really, really important services, but I think water, wastewater, clearly right high up on the list, at least for me, because, it's something that we use every day, throughout the day, every day of the year. So, and I think, every increase I know has an impact on people's budgets and affordability. I really think that for something as valuable as this, this is really quite a modest increase. So, which I'm a little bit surprised about. I don't know if that's if there might be if we should consider actually doing a little bit more on this because of the importance and as you were of the work and the critical importance it is to keep our water and wastewater in a state of good repair, but obviously clean and well treated and all that kind of stuff. But my question is, so thank you for everyone who does that work. My question is, sorry, my screen just shifted and I'm where did my question go? I was just curious about the parts about the leakage and I know we're in a two-tier system, which makes it more challenging and I think probably a more expensive system to run overall. But you provide the water, we have the pipes. And so I'm just wondering what advice or what, we should be thinking about in terms of, reducing that amount of leakage further, because obviously that creates a significant amount of expense. And then I had a follow-up as well.
Yeah, certainly, through Chair Redmond to Councillor McCabe. Yeah, the linear system, absolutely, which is the pipes, has a significant impact on our water supply and our wastewater treatment. So if there are leaks in the distribution system, then we have to take more water out of the ground to compensate for the leaks that are exiting. So I'm just going to talk about leaks because it's what you had brought up. So what we do collaborate quite well with the area municipalities, and our Director of Water Wastewater Services has, I think, quarterly meetings with the directors of water, wastewater of the area municipalities to talk about things like this, to talk about programs and how what is being done on the linear system actually affects what we're doing here at the region. And you're quite right in saying that it does. It actually, because the area municipalities purchase water from the region. So if they're purchasing more water because there's leaks in their water pipes, then that's an issue for the residents that you're billing through their water and wastewater rates. So it's one system, but it has different jurisdictions here in the region.
Thank you. Thanks. I'll take that back to the city and just, make sure we're doing all we can to reduce those leaks where we can. I just wondered if you could also touch on the potential or what we're looking at in terms of using our wastewater treatment plants to capture the thermal heat that comes out of there. And if you have capacity in your team right now to look at that as a way to provide some additional, capture that heat and provide it into one of the municipalities, or how that might work, or if you have capacity to look at things like that with the budget that you have.
Yeah, certainly. So through the chair, we do that now, not for the municipality, but what word am I looking for? For the energy we need to use to power, that's the word, to power our plants right now. We don't have extra to give to or sell to the area municipalities at this point. But I do know that as part of all of our capital works from a water wastewater perspective, we're always looking at how we can do more of that, because that then supports our carbon reduction goals. If we're not flaring, if we're not releasing to the atmosphere, and if we're reusing that, that's something that we're already doing, and we're trying to do even more of it.
So the thermal utility, or the heat that comes out of the wastewater treatment sites is already captured and utilized?
In the Kitchener wastewater treatment plant, I don't know if my director knows a little bit more about this than I do, if she wants to come down.
So I thought that was okay. I thought there was a potential to look at creating like a thermal utility at some of these sites, but.
There is, and we have discussed that in Waterloo, but I will let Director McNeil see if she can give you a little bit more of a better answer.
Through the chair to Councillor McCabe. So we are looking at opportunities, as Commissioner Rose had mentioned, around thermal. We're working with some of the area universities to see how we can offset heating and thermal, as you'd mentioned. I did want to also add that currently we are looking at capturing our biogas from those wastewater treatment plants to offset energy use. So, for example, this year through the budget process, we were able to realize quite a significant savings on electricity, which I think is good news to everyone around this horseshoe. So we'll continue to keep you updated in terms of those opportunities. Like Commissioner Rose had mentioned, we do want to be careful about overusing some of that. We're right now involved in a study to understand just how much capacity we have to offset for carbon emissions or for various uses. So we're just in the midst of that study, and happy to bring back an update if you'd like.
Thank you very much. Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Rose, I just wanted to say thank you for those seminars that we would get from time to time through the year. It's always beneficial to receive that information and have an opportunity to ask a few more questions about some of these issues because of the complications of all of this. For many of us, this is not our bailiwick, and in order to make better decisions, those information sessions help us a lot. And I also want to say that as a resident of North Dumfries, I am especially appreciative, especially when I see the references to Walkerton, of having the region manage our water and wastewater out here. It gives me a lot of assurance that we here in North Dumfries are receiving the best service possible and the safest service possible. So thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. And my question is with respect to water supply projected debt. And I'm still learning which kind of debts are allowable in the municipality and which kind of debts are not. But the idea of water supply debt, because Councillor McCabe has noted that water supply is really, really important to all of our well-being, really scares me. So can you speak to that a little bit?
I'll have to turn that to my finance colleagues.
Through you, Chair, Councillor Hunick, if you would just bear with us a little bit longer, we have a few slides coming up on the budgets and debt.
Sure, yeah, I swear I didn't know where it was in the slide deck, but I know it's here. So thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. I think those are all the questions. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't get my, just thinking about water again, and I'm curious about, I see a number of people who, for, I don't know, various reasons, I guess, buy water, like bottled water, and, which is concerning from an it's not cheap, that bottled water that people buy. It's actually really quite expensive. It creates a lot of garbage and waste. I'm just wondering what more, or if there's things we can do, or through your department, or maybe through our communications efforts to let citizens know that really the water that we provide is the highest quality. It's tested regularly, multiple times a day. You really don't need to buy bottled water, maybe except for some particular circumstances. But I just, partly from an affordability perspective, this is a way to really save people a lot of money.
Yeah.
So just wondered your thoughts on that, and if there's more that we should be thinking about doing.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor McCabe, it's an interesting question because it speaks to people's behavior and what they believe is true. So people who've possibly come to Canada and where they had water available in their own countries that maybe wasn't safe to drink have a hard time, I've found, coming to the realization that tap water is safe to drink. So there's that group of people. There's also a lot of marketing that's done by various water purification companies. So people, think that if they buy one of their products, that they'll get a better water product out of them. I also think it's simple convenience to buy bottled water if you're going to go to the gym or if you're going to the park or a picnic. So what we have done is we do talk about how great our water is, but we also have a program where I believe it's on the region's website, where we're letting people know where they can fill up their water bottles. And because I think that's part of it, is the convenience of just purchasing water. And so there's it's a W program, and you'll see a little W on a store window or something, and you can go in there and fill your water bill up. But I do agree with you that it is something that we do need to keep talking about and continue talking to people about it. And, we can look at that as part of the water supply strategy and our programming overall as well.
So colleagues, I know this is very interesting, and I think that what Jennifer and her department do is eminently fascinating. This is day one of our budget. So if we could relate our questions and inquiries to the budget, that would be really helpful. Having said that, I've got Councillor Foxton and then Councillor Erb.
I was just going to say that, Madam Chair. This is budget. We can talk about these issues in any other council meeting and that, but if we're going to be out of here by 5 and not have to meet tomorrow morning, could we stick to budget? Thank you.
Councillor Erb.
I agree.
Okay. Moving along.
So thank you, Chair, and through you. I have a few slides here on the water and wastewater budgets, operating and capital, and I'll move through them fairly quickly because I recognize that we are under a bit of a time pressure. So starting off with water supply operating budget, the operating budget for water supply wholesale is $68 million. I do note that the user rate system is funded entirely from user rates and on the capital side, development charges. There is no tax-supported funding provided to water and wastewater, so it is necessary to put money aside for capital, and that's one of the big pieces of the operating budget actually in water supply is additional funding for, capital. And so funding for capital, if I'm reading that correctly, is around $28 million in water. Operations and maintenance is another $28 million. We do have some exemptions in our DC bylaw that we need to fund from other sources of revenue. And in the case of water and wastewater, it's from the user rate. So that's forming part of the operating budget. And then both water and wastewater fund the GRCA. So you'll see a little sliver of pie in water supply and another sliver in wastewater. Combined total is the funding for the GRCA. Just moving over to the right, the wastewater treatment operating budget for 2024 is proposed to be total expenditure of about $86 million. Similarly, we need to put money aside for capital financing, and I think that's around, I can't 25 million for capital. Operations are another 35 million. I do note on the wastewater side, there is some debt already outstanding for wastewater, and so we do need to fund those debt servicing costs. So debt servicing costs are about $11 million coming from the wastewater treatment operating budget. Is that right? Okay. For the 10-year capital program for water supply, the graph on the left depicts the overall expenditure of about 700 million, and those expenditures are in the areas of upgrades and expansions and new facilities. That's more than half of the 10-year capital program. There's some funding for water mains and plans and studies. And then, as Jennifer noted earlier, there's a significant portion set aside for our asset management plan. In terms of funding and financing sources, the good news on water supply is that we are not anticipating to need any debt to fund both growth and the non-growth side of growth-related projects, as well as asset renewal. So the funding sources for water supply are user rate reserves of over 400 million, some RDC reserves of 180-ish million, and then due to the timing of growth-related projects, we may not have we don't think we'll have the collections at the time that the projects proceed, so we will need to issue a little bit of RDC debt. In terms of projected debt outstanding, the good news again, as you can see in this graph, since 2020, we haven't had any user rate supported debt within the water supply budget. We do have some growth-related debt that's funded by DCs that we continue to make debt servicing cost payments on. What I will also note is that those projection years, the 5 years to the right of the graph, there is some more growth-related debt contemplated in the first 5 years of the 10-year capital program, again, due to the timing of those growth-related projects, in relation to the collection of development charges. On the wastewater side, the 10-year capital program is about 528 million. Over half of that relates to, again, expansions, upgrades, and new facilities, so more growth-related type activities. Asset management is about 170 million. And then for the funding and financing of the wastewater capital program, the user rate reserves are funding both the asset renewal portion and the non-growth portion of growth-related projects, if that makes sense. And so we're using quite a significant amount of reserve. There is a very small, minor amount of user rate debt contemplated in the 10-year forecast. And then the balance of the funding and financing requirements are being made up through RDC reserves and debt. So maybe one more slide on debt. So wastewater treatment projected debt, we do have existing debt outstanding that's supported by both DCs and property taxes. We're continuing to pay down those outstanding balances. We are seeing a little bit of new issues, both supported by taxation and development charges in 25 through 28, but we believe that that amount of debt issuance is definitely manageable. So with that, I'll pause, and I'm not sure if I've answered Councillor Huning's question at this point, or if I need to take another run at that.
Councillor Hunig, do you want to ask your question now?
Thank you, yes. If I'm interpreting what you are saying correctly, which I have no idea if I am, the projected debts are allowable in accordance with the municipality and also within the normal range, yes?
Yes, that's correct. We can issue debt for capital, we cannot issue it for the operating budget.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Moving on. Thank you.
Great question, thank you, and I'm glad it was answered. We're now going to move on to waste management.
I think I'm turning it back to the chair for the resolution.
Okay.
So through the chair, we have included in the package of service expansions a service expansion for the health and safety specialist that my colleague Jennifer Rose described in her presentation. It is set out in the appendix to the 2024 budget. The cost associated with the position is reflected in the budget currently and would be captured within the existing water and wastewater proposed rate increases. So this would not result in a further increase beyond that. And I would say if the committee was comfortable, a motion for today would be to direct staff to include the service expansion in the 2024 operating budget.
Thank you very much. So just to read the motion, that staff be directed to include in the 2024 operating budget a service expansion for health and safety specialist as described in Appendix A to the 2024 budget document. I have some speakers. Does anyone want to move and second that? So that's moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Foxton and Councillor McCabe.
I actually don't have a question about the motion. I was just curious about the amount of debt that we're projecting that would be covered by development charges when we're not sure if we're going to actually have development charges. I'm just wondering where that might leave us, because we have this open question of Bill 23 and maybe not being able to collect development charges. Where does that leave us then?
So through the chair, there's a couple of different answers, I think, or sorry, a couple of different components to the answer. The first is that we're in the process of doing some background work with respect to the next development charges study. So we're looking at a high level at our development charges, at our capital program, and we'll be looking to bring a recommendation forward to committee in the early part of 2024 with respect to next steps around a background study. So we have potentially some valid and important reasons for embarking on a new background study, notwithstanding the implications of Bill 23. So what we've done from a budget perspective so far is we've taken the expenditure estimates from the water and wastewater staff that are in the capital program. We've projected, based on our understanding right now of what our collections might be over the next 5 years, and come up with a mix of both direct funding from the reserve and debt. So that's based on the most recent information, like it's on our best available information. That information could change in a couple of different ways. One is, what does the further implementation of Bill 23 look like? What is our approach with respect to the next background study? And what impact does the next water supply master plan and wastewater treatment master plan look like as well? So my point is, the forecast is going to change for a number of reasons over the next 12 to 18 months, and we'll recalibrate our debt requirement each time that happens. I hope that makes sense.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Your answer kind of applies to my question, but I'll ask it anyway because there's a nuance to it, and that is with increased climate storms and that sort of thing, and with the projected increase in population. Have you started to build that into our capital forecasts in terms of what we need to do for water and wastewater supply and delivery?
Through Chair Redmond, Councillor Shantz, absolutely. We watch the weather as much as the farmers, I'm sure. We are always looking at the climate and how it's changing and how those intense storms are affecting our infrastructure itself, how, we get these strong storms and then we get a period of no rain, how that's impacting our groundwater levels at the same time, how it's affecting our rivers and streams and wetlands. So it's we think about it as one water, it's all connected. So every single capital project we do for water and wastewater, we look at it from a climate adaptation and or mitigation lens. And we also look at it from a growth perspective. So we do have the previous water supply strategy or master plan, and we're implementing the projects that were included in that. This next one, the water supply strategy, which I spoke about, will include population out to 2051, and that will also include the new lands that were brought in by the province. So all of our projects to support growth are looked at through that climate and the population needs. But there's so many other things that go along with it, like conservation and things like that. How do we get people to use less water so we take less water out of the ground? But 100%, yes, that is what we do with every project.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure we're starting to build that in when we project out 10 years.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to call the question. It's been moved and seconded. This is for expansion for health and safety specialists. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Councillor Craig, have you voted? Okay. Thank you, colleagues. That is carried. Now we're at waste management. Back to Jennifer.
So waste management has a keen focus on climate-aligned growth as we work to keep our environment clean, diverse waste from the landfill, and extend the life of the landfill through our diversion programs. We have a passionate team who greet people at the Cambridge and Waterloo public drop-offs and transfer stations, earning the region a 98% customer satisfaction rating. There are staff who maintain the landfill and who turn our yard waste into compost for residents to take for free. And there are project managers who keep our facilities running and work to support growth by focusing on equitable services and opportunities for all. And this week, if you didn't know, is Waste Reduction Week. And the region has partnered with Kitchener Public Libraries to host an event to support waste reduction initiatives. And this was actually on Monday. It was well received. Staff did a great job planning and implementing the event, and approximately 70 people attended in person. So our community is interested in diversion, which is wonderful for us. We also partner with Public Health because they supported our event with an information on healthy eating, which I think is a really neat add to that conversation. And then on this weekend, on Saturday, October 21st, we have a public tour of our landfill and recycling center. So I just wanted to highlight those things because it's so incredibly important for us to divert from the landfill, and those were just two examples of how we're helping the community learn how to do that. To support the strategic plan, we have our initiatives here listed for 2024. These initiatives support waste management's work for climate-aligned growth, and they include the Waste Management Master Plan, which will focus on a circular economy, the province's organics framework, and diversion programming, among other things. The Waterloo public drop-off service transformation will support climate-aligned growth by moving cars more quickly through the site, reducing idling times within the site and actually along Herbs Road. And there will be more space for diversion programs within the site itself to help keep waste out of the landfill. And you all know about the Blue Box transition. So in March 2024, we will be transitioning our recycling services to the producers. And I also wanted to mention, although it's not listed on this slide, the next curbside collection contract, because this does support climate-aligned growth. And though it doesn't necessarily have impacts on the 2024 budget, it will be awarded by the end of Q1 of 24. and it will have impacts on the 2025 and 2026 budget. It correlates well with the strategic plan with the use of automated collection and alternative fuel trucks, and the 4-day pickup week, which all support climate-aligned growth. Our needs or pressures are listed on this slide here. We have a growing community, which is going to put pressure on our landfill. We currently have approximately 25 years left in the landfill, and this means we need to put even more emphasis on diversion programming. For instance, mattresses, construction waste, carpets, textiles, etc. We don't currently have any FTEs in the waste management area focused 100% on diversion programming, but we do have staff who can put some events together. Through the Waste Management Master Plan, we're hoping to have a list of diversion activities that the Region Council will hopefully support so that we can then focus on how we would resource up that work that we're not currently doing at the moment. The provincial changes to the Blue Box program will help with diversion as more items become recyclable. However, once the Blue Box transition is completed in 2026 for all of Ontario, we believe the province will start to put a stronger focus on organics. The province, through its organics framework, has already identified a focus area of reducing and diverting food and organic waste by putting more of an emphasis on preventing and utilizing surplus food prior to it becoming food waste and placing a ban on organic waste to landfill. And this is incredibly important because it's the organic waste in the landfill that produces the methane gas, which then in turn impacts our carbon footprint. So getting a handle on organics waste is something our staff are already thinking about in preparation for more direction from the province. So the utilization of these policy tools, such as a ban on organics from landfill, would also assist in building sustainable end markets as a mean of direct reuse or recycling and drive investment while at the same time preserving landfill capacity. Ultimately, expanding organic waste prevention, food rescue, and collection and management programs offer significant economic and environmental opportunities, including mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, utilizing food otherwise destined to become waste, and diverting CO2 from the atmosphere while returning organic matter back to the soil as compost. And then the last thing I wanted to note on there is there has been a ban on single-use plastics by the federal government, and the federal government's actually looking at plastics in general. And although there's no immediate impact to the region at this time, we are always watching to see if there will be, and we're well plugged in with the industry to hear things that are coming with respect to that. But I wanted to add it because single-use plastics are impacting all of us, I think, every single day. And we have not asked for any resources this year for waste management.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I just have a couple of slides related to the waste management operating budget and capital program to go through very, very quickly, and hopefully I won't struggle with the numbers too much. As Jennifer had mentioned, there's some significant changes contemplated in the waste management operating budget, although overall the operating budget isn't increasing by a significant amount, approximately $100,000. But this graph depicts some of the more significant changes that we're seeing in the budget. So moving from the left, inflation again is adding another $1 million to the waste management property tax levy. And as you'll see in the next graph, the capital program for waste management is heavily debt financed because we're working on our asset renewal funding strategy, putting more funding from the operating budget into capital to make sure that we can fund our capital program. But until that strategy is further along, we still need to issue more debt for capital projects and then add those debt servicing costs to the operating budget. So with the recent debt issue that we approved today, there are some debt servicing costs in the range of $700,000 to be added to the waste management operating budget. There is a minor increase contemplated for capital funding of about $100,000. So in total, the expenditure side that's been listed here is increasing about, I think it's not quite $2 million. Offsetting that is some blue box transition savings that we're anticipating due to the change in end producer responsibility that my colleague had mentioned, occurring starting on March 2024. We're anticipating a reduction in the levy of about 1.4 million, and then with some user fee increases for tipping fees and special load handling, I believe, is a further levy reduction of about 300,000. So the net increase for the waste management operating budget is about $100,000. In terms of the capital program, the waste management capital program, it totals about $236 million. The significant expenditure categories within that capital program include significant upgrades to the Waterloo transfer station, some new cells that are being designed and constructed, some significant, some vehicle replacements. We know that their vehicles at the waste management site are quite expensive, so there's some cost involved there. And then the curbside level changes that Jennifer had alluded to that we're going to begin looking at in 2025. There's some capital works required or some equipment required for that. On the right-hand side, the pie chart there depicts the funding and financing sources for those expenditures in the 10-year capital program. As you can see, heavily funded from property taxes, kind of a rough split between property tax reserve and property tax debt. There are some activities in the waste management capital program that are eligible for DC funding, so to the extent possible, we're using some DC collections to fund those capital expenditures, and there is a very small amount of grants and subsidies as well. And with that, I'll just pause and see if there's any questions on the waste management budget.
Thank you. We do have Councillor Salonen. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Please bear with me as I try and talk. I wanted to chat about, and I know that Commissioner Rose and I have spoken about this before. So we have some residents in Wilmot who belong to condos that are all single floor, but because our garbage trucks can't go down their one-way road, they don't get garbage collection. But I have also learned that prior council made a decision that those individuals no longer get reimbursement off of their taxes from the region for waste management services that they do not receive. So I was wondering if we could ask staff what that would look like to give those individuals that don't get roadside garbage collection from us, how we can get that back in a rebate form on their taxes, as I don't think it's fair that we're making them pay for a service they don't get.
Through the chair to Councillor Salonen, I know that this was before my time, that rebate program was removed by another council previous to this one as part of budget reductions. And I can't quite remember the dollar figure. I don't know if Councillor Dyer, if Commissioner Dyer does. Do you remember?
Craig's going to weigh in.
Okay.
So through the chair, if I recall correctly, the figure was in the range of $2 million. And if if staff are directed to bring back information, we can provide an update to that number.
If I could ask that staff could bring back that information, that would be great. I don't know if we need a resolution or not, or if that just council's direction.
Is there general consensus that we would like to see that brought back? It's a bit of a smattering, so if it's not too much work, if you could bring it back. I guess the other thing I would be interested is the policy framework, because there are lots of people that may feel that their level of service is not what other people get, so there would have to be guardrails around who could apply for a rebate.
Yep, certainly to the chair and to council, we can bring that back. I need to confer with my director on how long that would take. just for council's information, I have implemented 2 multi-res collection programs at 2 different municipalities, so I know a lot about how to do that work, and it's more than $2 million. Just wanted to put that out there.
Any further questions, Councillor Salonen?
No, thank you very much.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I had a question about a potential staff increase for the waste diversion piece. So I don't know if it's the time now to discuss that, or you want me to take that away as a motion, or?
Do you want to put that in the form of a question?
I thought I did. Do you want me to take it away and put it in terms of a motion, or do you want me to just share my thoughts on this right now and ask Commissioner Rose?
I think it would be preferable if you would take it away, talk to Commissioner Rose offline, and if you're ready, bring it back, and then we can
Consider it then. Okay,
venue.
thank you. It was just so you're aware. It's around the waste diversion because, in line with our new strategic plan and climate aligned growth and what you were just talking about with waste reduction, if it would not be sort of more cost efficient.
So this is really good, but this is not offline.
Okay.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Commissioner Rose, just a question around waste management and educational programs. I know there's a lot being done with water. You've got that kind of, well run. Is there a need, maybe now or in the future, regarding the educational piece around waste management, especially with some of the changes coming up? Thank you.
Yeah, through Chair Redmond to Councillor James, absolutely. That is what I was speaking about with respect to diversion programming. So like mattresses take up a lot of space in landfill, so does carpet, construction. Textiles are another big component. We don't currently have programs that address those diversion tactics. People do that. Maybe they bring their textiles to a charitable organization on their own, but we don't have an organized educational campaign around that. There's a lot of other diversion programs that are out there. I'm sure Director Arsenault could be very excited speaking about this because this is all near and dear to our heart. Through the Solid Waste Management Master Plan, we're hoping to get a list of what we could do here at the region, because there's so many great opportunities to, now I'm going to get excited about it, there's so many great opportunities to partner with community groups around simple things like prom dress, recycling or something, like that, or like a tool library where you don't have to buy a tool, you can just go rent a tool from a tool library. There's so many incredibly neat things, innovative things we can do with partners, but we currently don't have the resources to do that, so we were going to explore that through the master plan process.
Thank you. I believe our next section is asset management.
So the last program I'll be speaking about is asset management. So asset management is the practice of taking care of our assets from construction to replacement or decommissioning. It's all about making the right investments at the right time to extend the life of an asset. As we do our capital planning for existing infrastructure, we incorporate climate adaptation and/or mitigation technology or processes. For instance, adding bike lanes to an existing road and methane gas capture to support energy efficiency. So that goes back to the question Councillor Shantz had asked earlier. With respect to our needs and pressures in asset management, our asset management needs focus on our aging infrastructure. So we have a number of downtown areas that have older infrastructure, and we have newer areas with newer infrastructure. And we need to continue to meet the service levels with that infrastructure, which is defined by council and legislation. We use the data from the asset management plan to inform the capital plan and prioritize capital financing policy. We've now reached a point in our asset management group where we can significantly influence the next capital plan with current condition assessment data. Because our last plan was based primarily on the age and the material of the asset, which is just like kind of a basic way of assessing the condition of infrastructure. The region owns and maintains over $7 billion in assets such as roads, buildings, pipes, and bridges that support getting goods and services across the region, deliver clean water and air, sustain our gathering spaces, and are foundational to creating a thriving and vibrant community. So critical to leading the corporate asset work is the Asset Management Office. Building this team is necessary to deliver on Council's strategic goals of climate-aligned growth and homes for all. So we've got two asks of Council. The first is an asset performance analyst. This position is critical to understanding the current state of our assets and providing the organization with timely information about when an asset is likely to fail, how to optimize preventative maintenance, or when to deploy an asset. This information is vital for the organization to make data-driven decisions. So just to get a little deeper into that, we do not have someone right now who can bring the data from all of the different departments into one area to analyze it together. So we have, within each department, there are people who analyze their own data, but we don't have someone who can bring it all together. And the reason why bringing it all together is so important is because that's when we can start strategically funding and putting investments into the right infrastructure at the right time. So that's what the asset management planner will do. They're going to take the data from the asset performance analyst and work to inform a prioritized corporate capital plan in which assets are built, maintained, or decommissioned and when. A predicted and well-thought-out asset management plan allows council to make the best possible decisions about our infrastructure assets. So what that means around the table here is when we talk about the capital program, if we go ahead with these two positions, we'll be able to prioritize projects corporately. So we'll be able to prioritize like a roads project against a housing project, for instance. Right now, we're prioritizing within each program area. So we're prioritizing the roads projects against each other, the housing projects against each other, et cetera, et cetera. So if we move ahead with this, we're going to get into a very sophisticated and strategic level of asset management planning, capital planning, where we can start prioritizing our tax dollars into the right areas at the right time and extending the life of the infrastructure across all of the services that we deliver. So it's very nerdy, but very exciting at the same time. So Mathieu is smiling over there because he's like, yes, he understands the nerdy aspect of this, but it's a really, really exciting spot that we're in right now. Holistic, yes. So we have two strategic initiatives to support this climate-aligned growth, which are funded. This is the Asset Management Climate Adaptation Master Plan. So getting back again to Councillor Chance's question, when we start doing the Climate Adaptation Master Plan, we're going to be able to embed those risk factors around climate into our asset management plan that will help us prioritize the projects that we need to do first so that we can protect that infrastructure from our changing weather patterns. So we're very excited to get working on that. And the other one is the Corporate Asset Management Plan update. And that one is for an update for the one that was done in 2019. So this is 2025. And if we can get those two resources, we can use them to create a master plan, an asset management, there's so many plans, asset management plan which prioritizes projects against each other. And that is the end of my slides.
Thank you, Jennifer. And through you, Chair, I just have a couple of slides on the Asset Management Office Strategic Initiatives and Asset Management Office. It's a very small office, so the budget is only going to be increasing, and there's a bit of a typo in the title. Budget's increasing about 300,000, 200,000 for inflation, and then the 2 staffing resources starting May 1st are adding another $100,000 to the operating budget. And then, as Jennifer mentioned, there's going to be some work done to, in the capital program, there's some works contemplated to do some systems upgrades and integrations, as well as undertake some more policy work that's required, and also start on the climate adaptation master plan. I do note that the Strategic Initiatives and Asset Management Capital Program is basically cost shared between the user rates budgets and the tax supported budgets. User rates budgets pay about 1/3, and the tax supported budgets pay the remaining 2/3. With that, I think I'm turning it back to the chair for the resolutions.
I just want to say, Jennifer, it's not nerdy at all, because I'm really excited about it too.
I could say the same about tax policy, but I won't. Through the chair, 2 proposed motions relating to the asset performance analyst and asset management planner, as described by Commissioner Rose. The service expansions are described in the expansion package. Both are, as indicated by Cheryl, both are cost shared between the tax supported operations and, from the tax levy, as well as from water, wastewater rates. And so we respectively submit these 2 motions for council's consideration.
So there's 2 resolutions that have to do with asset management service expansion. The first is that the staff be directed to include a 2024 operating budget in the operating budget, a proposed service expansion for an asset performance analyst as described in Appendix A to the 2024 budget document. And the second point is that staff be directed to include the 2024 operating budget in that budget, a proposed service expansion of an asset managed planner as described in Appendix A in the 2024 budget document. Councillor Erb, do you want to move these?
I'll move them. And just to help my short memory, these are all included in the 7.6 at the very beginning.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah.
And they're seconded by Councillor James. So please use your e-scribe to vote. Yes, it's a 2-part resolution to be encaptured as one. That's carried, colleagues. Thank you. So we're going to turn the floor over to Mathieu to present transit, and then I think we might contemplate a short break.
Thank you, Chair. So we're actually starting with transportation first, the roads piece. So I guess I have to click. There you go. So looking at transportation overall and the alignment with the strategic plan kind of yielded a bit of a rethink of how we prioritize things. So the strategic plan that the council approved, and with this priority of climate-aligned growth, kind of made us kind of rethink a bit of what are the outcomes that we're trying to achieve through the transportation program. So the outcomes that are laid out here in this slide. So we know the support, transportation corridors are a major factor, a major enabler of regional growth. They enable low-carbon communities also through an emphasis on active mobility and complete streets, and also through network optimization. So I think what we've tried to do in this budget, and some of it has budget implications and some of it is more internal to the budget, is to shift the perspective to really focus on that alignment with climate. So you'll see also it's in terms of how we look at the infrastructure, it's also a bit of a shift in perspective to include green infrastructure that's along our roads in the scope of transportation. So if we look at the key initiatives that will directly support climate-aligned growth in 2024. The first big piece is the integrated mobility plan. It will be the first edition of the region's transportation master plan that will include the ambitious mode share targets that came through Transform Waterloo region. So, and the 80 by 50 pathway. So that's the first time we'll operationalize it. We know half of greenhouse gas emissions in the region are transportation related, both to people and goods, and the objective is by 2050 to do half of the trips through active transportation and transit. And one of the other objectives on this plan is to explicitly include equity objectives, so that will support the other priority on equitable services and opportunities of the strategic plan. Corridor design guidelines are also an important foundation that we'll be working on this year to align with these mode share outcomes, review street classifications, define cross-sections that are also adapted to context. And we've heard from many voices on council to make sure that we are looking at things differently. You know, a regional road along farmland is different from a regional road in a hamlet, and it's different from city roads. So we need to make sure that our design guidelines are very context specific, even though we're trying to achieve the same objectives across the region. The vegetation management plan is another key initiative for this year. Again, this is really thinking about how does that green infrastructure that sometimes is just looked at sometimes it's considered just an aesthetic and just an embellishment of our roads, but it really supports many different functions, including rainwater collection, including just promoting biodiversity. So that will be an important element to manage the growth of vegetation, control undesirable vegetation, invasive species, while maximizing environmental benefits and minimizing herbicide use. And that goes along with, and we'll see a little bit later, some changes to the way that we deliver on vegetation management that will have some impacts on the budget. And then the fourth initiative, and Jennifer Rose already talked about it from a asset management perspective, but continuing and to operationalize that infrastructure resiliency plan to understand what do we do with increased flooding risks, how do we right size the culverts, for example, how do we manage those? So there's a lot of work that was initiated this year, but that will be operationalized next year. So just as a bit of it's both a shift. I would say the strategic plan gives a shift in perspective, but it's something that we've already been working on. And this was just a graph to kind of illustrate the changes and the volume of multi-use trails that the region has been building over the past few years. So they're in blue on this diagram versus the lanes that are built on the road network. So there's been in the past few years, and that's going to be amplified in next year, is kind of really a shift to increase the space allocated to multi-use trails and pursue these mode share changes that were approved by council and that reflect that climate-aligned growth priority. So in terms of some of the service changes that we're proposing and bringing to your attention today, so on vegetation management, what we're trying to do is really to work on all of the different types of vegetation. We've heard from council, there's many different things. There's both kind of the regular kind of grass along the boulevards. There's weeding issues, especially at intersections and roundabouts. There's specific roundabout maintenance that has sometimes been problematic in the past. And then there's tree management. So we have 33,000 trees inventoried along regional roads, and these needs to be actively managed to both for to improve their impact on quality of life, but also to manage possible impacts on nearby properties. So the proposed changes here are to add one urban forestry technician to help with, especially with that tree management piece. And then to add 3 part-time students who would be working in late spring and early summer. So that would be one equivalent full-time position who would help with with vegetation management, in particular on roundabouts and highly visible gateway areas to cities and hamlets and townships. And that will go along an increase in the contracted services for turf management by $100,000 for 2024. The next service enhancement that we're bringing forward to you today is to work on transportation network signal optimization. So it's another one of these nerdy topics that that are really of interest to traffic specialists, but they're actually a way of modernizing and improving the network without building new lanes. So this is really about how do we support growth without having to add asphalt in the landscape. So what the team does today is they work on signal timing adjustments. For example, whenever a development comes online, when residents are there, they have to change the timing of the signal to adapt to how many people are actually coming in and out of the development. So that's something where we have to be very reactive, and as growth continues to increase, that is critical to make sure that people who just arrive and who just moved into the new development can easily access the network. It's also about finding that balance between pedestrian and cyclist movements. So today we receive over 1,200 requests for adjustments of traffic signals on the 536 intersections that the region manages. More than half come from area municipalities that are in relation with active transportation improvements that they are undertaking. So, for example, when they add a crosswalk or when they finish a cycling path, then we have to adjust the signal timing to make sure that we're giving the capacity for the pedestrians and the cyclists who go through that. So you've seen that this year as well. There's a number of cross rides that have been implemented along some key regional roads this year, and that requires these adjustments. It also helps to reduce greenhouse gases caused by idling at signalized intersections as we optimize that capacity. So the proposed change here is to add 3 positions of traffic signal technicians so they can manage that volume of requests that we've had this year and that will continue to increase next year. The third set of service enhancements that we're bringing to your attention today is relative to the acceleration of the implementation of active transportation infrastructure. So as you know, the dominant approach today is to bundle active transportation improvements with road rehabilitation projects. So they come when the road, from an asset management perspective, comes at the end of its life. We will modify the profile, modify the cross-section, add some cycling lanes or redesign the sidewalks. Which is, a very cost-effective way of doing it, but doesn't help to build the network in a continuous way. So there is a smaller program that exists in the capital plan that delivers on smaller scale improvements. So that's, for example, the cross rides that I mentioned before. These are funded through that regional program, and the idea is that in the capital plan there would be still, I'd say, a limited increase of that smaller scale improvement capital line to $700,000 in 2024. And then on the operating side, that would require an active transportation, basically project lead. So the position is called planning engineer. So one position to be able to take the leadership on these standalone active transportation projects that we could pull out of our regular, I would say, asset management program. And that concludes the presentations of the service enhancements. Happy to take any questions or.
So I have a couple of questions. Councillor Hunick, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to the traffic signal optimization, can we go back to that slide? I just want to note for everyone that this style of crosswalk represents a barrier that I commonly encounter wherein my chair can't get close enough to the button to actually reach it and activate the signal. And so I'm wondering if we can look at ways to make that more accessible throughout the region, i.e. take out the concrete block that it's plugged into, and or make sure that the sidewalk touches the place where the button is.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, we can take that back in there. This was an example, but I would say traffic signal timing modification is at all intersections. And in general, we're trying to remove we're trying to remove these buttons as pedestrian traffic increases. So you don't actually have to call it, but we'll definitely take it back in the areas where that exists. Yeah.
Even more accessible. Thank you so much.
Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Edmund. I was just curious, do we work with like a software company like MyoVision when we're talking about traffic optimization, very successful local tech success story?
Through the chair, yes, we do. Today, I think it's about half of our intersections are equipped with MyoVision that does that live analysis of traffic volumes, including, and that's really where it brings a lot of added value compared to traditional cordon counts or road counts, is it can count pedestrians and cyclists. So it gets us also the full measure of active transportation users along the roads. So there's still a program to deploy it. The objective is to deploy it gradually to all of the intersections in the region, and we can. I know in the budget process we kind of censored ourselves on that. We said we'll look at it next year, but if that's something that you're interested in accelerating, we're more than happy to do that as well.
I think next year is good, but I'm glad you're working with them. Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Redmond. Mathieu, thank you for this and for the presentation. I have to tell you, I didn't know about the vegetation master plan until a little bit ago. I just have a question for clarification, because something that's come up on some of the regional roads around the trees that have been planted is an option to put concrete as opposed to trees. Can you just explain that a little bit? Because I think that's something that's come through to council, and me personally, and why why we won't go with 100% concrete sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, sometimes it's true. We do receive that idea that we would save on maintenance if we paved over everything in all the boulevards. I think there are many functions that actually reduce our overall cost. So we know that having more permeable surfaces, that enables us to reduce the size of the stormwater infrastructure that's underneath the road and that captures the flooding. It's also critical, again, from a flooding perspective, as we know that weather patterns will change and flooding risks are higher. We know that the more impermeable the surfaces are, the more flooding that generates. So there's a flooding impact that's really critical. And then a lot of the canopy or vegetation along roads, again, from a climate perspective, that actually improves the comfort for active transportation users. So if you're walking along, the shade and the humidity that are produced by vegetation along roads is a direct benefit in terms of comfort. And so in the future, as we know that there will be more heat waves in summertime. That vegetation is critical to actually, it takes the degrees it can impact by 2 or 3 degrees, and it adds a bit of humidity, which is actually also good for rain in the fall. So there's a lot of environmental benefits, and they will only increase as climate continues to change in the future.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mathieu, when I look at the high-risk tree removals, I'm going to make the assumption that climate change has probably increased the quantity of those. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And is there a larger number than normal for us to be doing this? I know other communities are struggling with the costing of this currently. And also, my second question, if you can respond to, is the increase of $100,000 for the horticultural students and 1 FTE. Is that putting back in half of what we took out last year of 200?
So through the chair, so on the trees, I'm not enough of a specialist and I can bring it back to the team to understand if that has changed. I know that some of the weather patterns, what happens is they do make certain species of trees more fragile, and then you have more risks related to that. So, but I can take that back and give you an answer on the specifics of the impacts of climate change on the number of hazardous trees. We know today there are 800 requests for hazardous trees and branches that are on regional roads that owners are feeling presents a risks. Often it's to fencing or things like that, but it can have bigger impacts on property, and these are things that we're looking at very carefully, and the resourcing will really help us to tackle that. On the vegetation management, that's correct. The 100,000 is to cover part of it. I think the idea is not exactly to reinstate where we were last year, because we really want to direct the efforts to where it matters most. So I know that on the weeding side of things, that's a separate contract. It's not part of that turf management contract, and that's something we want to tackle directly. And same with roundabout. So it's a bit of a mix between the students that help to have maybe a more targeted impact on turf management, and the contract that helps us with the generic existing turf on boulevards.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Wondering about the transportation operations traffic signal technicians. Would they be the staff then that could help manage some intersections? Currently, they're not signalized, but where there's conflict between city and some regional roads that we've brought to your attention and your team's attention on numerous, different occasions, where particularly where children are crossing for school. Would they be able to figure out what to do with those type of intersections, or is this strictly signalized intersections you're talking about?
Through the chair, yeah, these are strictly frontline operators who can change signal timing on traffic lights. So these are not on the analytical side of things. That would be done within the traffic systems team. They are reviewing, and we'll bring that back, but outside of the budget process, they're reviewing warrants and things like that for pedestrian crossings. We can bring you an update on that separately. So.
Councillor Schatz.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Councillor Liggett asked this question. I kind of heard it embedded in there, but and I know Albert's been a great resource to us when we've called him. He's always been really helpful. Will some of this increase be available to resource the area municipalities in any way? So you're asking for an urban forestry technician. Will that be, maybe I'll ask it a different way. To what extent are we able to resource our other area municipalities through some of this programming?
So through the chair, most of the activities that, for example, on turf management, the activities that are led in-house, these are mostly in the townships, and for trees, we know most of the inventory is also in the townships. So today the activities of the team are they really prioritize So for example, on hazardous trees, they really look at the level of risk regardless of where it is in the region. So we work with in the townships as much or if not even more than in the cities. But we're happy to partner, and I know that with in Woolwich, we've been looking at enhancing tree planting also in partnership with local operators, and that's something we're looking at separately. So it's not on the planting piece is a little bit separate. This was really on the management, but that's definitely something we're trying to develop more partnerships also locally to enhance the vegetation.
So is that part then of this request for more staff?
The partnership around planting that's something we can manage within the existing budget.
Thank you. So Matthew, do you now have transit? Cheryl does. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just have a couple of slides related to the transportation operating budget and capital program. Oops, there we go. For 2024, the transportation operating budget is planned to increase by $4.6 million, predominantly due to inflation, which is adding about $3.8 million to the property tax levy. I do note that that orange bar should probably not be orange because of the legend indicating it's a decrease. It's not. It's actually just the overall base budget increase. So the base budget itself is increasing by $3.8 million. The service expansion requests that Mathieu had gone through in his slides are adding another $800,000. And so the total proposed 2024 operating budget for transportation is planned to increase by $4.6 million. On the capital side, the 10-year capital program for roads is very significant. It totals expenditure totals $1.2 billion. Over half of that relates to roads rehabilitation projects, but we do note, as Mathieu had indicated, that sometimes when they do roads rehabilitation works, there are some active transportation works that are done alongside of that, and that piece of the roads rehabilitation work is actually DC funded. There are other expansions contemplated in the 10-year capital program of about 83 million, and then some vehicle replacements and facility renewals round out the 1.2 billion in expenditure. Funding and financing for the 10-year capital program in transportation is all that expansion work is 100% funded, I think, from development charges for the most part, with some development charge debt needing to be issued due to timing of collections versus the timing of the project. And then there are some grants and subsidies. I think it's called the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly the federal gas tax. That's mostly what that orange piece of pie is providing as in terms of funding. And then the balance is property tax supported reserves and property tax debt. And with that, I think I'm turning it back to the chair for the resolutions.
So there are, as you can see on the slide before you, there are 4 recommendations that deal with the proposed service expansions as described by Commissioner Getzky, one for the horticultural services, one for urban forestry management, the active transportation senior engineer, and the 3 transportation operations traffic signal technicians. And I'll leave that for the chair and the committee to consider. Thank you.
So colleagues, Councillor McCabe, you're moving. Are you moving all 4? Yeah, I'll move all 4. Okay, seconded by Councillor Hunick. Or do you have a question? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I would ask you to turn to eScribe to cast your vote. Colleagues, that is carried. Thank you very much. So it's still Mathieu, and now we're at transit.
Thank you, Chair. So now for the transit portion of the budget. So, you know, transit is a big component of our strategy to both grow and realize our climate objectives. We've seen significant increase in demand for transit over the past few months, which is really a good sign in terms of our ability to achieve the mode share targets from Transform Waterloo Region. Some of the questions that are born today is more about given that increase in ridership, how do we balance the need for rapid expansion of the fleet versus electrification? So that's a bit of a piece that we'll be working on as part of the business plan, but that is really strategic for the region. And the third element that's really critical for us is to continue our focus on the high-frequency network, to grow that network of 10-minute or better, because that's how people take transit without having to think or plan about it. So in terms of the strategic initiatives that will be pursued in 2024 and that support this strategic priority, the first key element is the 2024 to 2030 GRT business plan. So that is really the document that sets the stage for any transformational change. So we've heard from you a number of proposals that will be considered as part of that. One is a paradigm shift for specialized transit. So can we imagine a different model of provision to provide better accessible transit for everyone? That's also the document that will help to flesh out these trade-offs between expansion of the fleet and electrification, given what we know also about some supply chain issues across the country on how can we get to fully electric buses. That will also include elements on where, we've heard also from council on the on specialized transit, that relationship between the townships and the urban areas, which today is not covered. So we'll be reanalyzing all of that as part of the business plan. Some other infrastructure initiatives that are critical to us are to continue the work with Metrolinx to advance all the infrastructure and the rail-related piece to make Kitchener Central Station happen, and then work on our own piece to be ready as to put our own shovels in the ground as soon as they've done with the infrastructure work along the rail corridor. As well as advancing planning and consolidation on Breslau GO Station. We know it's a key component of our system with relation to the airport, with the connection to Cambridge and Woolwich and East Side Land. So that's a key element of the future transportation network. Also, one thing that we've advanced, and we'll bring that back into council in more detail, is to partner with Metrolinx, but also take the lead for the short-term improvements at Kitchener GO Station. We know it's going to be a few years before the infrastructure is built that will move the platforms of the GO trains closer to the LRTs. And we know today, especially as ridership continues to grow, this little area of pickup and drop-off does not function the way it should, both for whether it's for pedestrians, cyclists, or car drivers. So there we're preparing a project on this. There will be a bit of a self-standing project. It's not in the budget yet because we haven't been able to. It's still, the preliminary design is progressing, but as soon as we'll get an idea of the potential impact on the capital budget, we'll bring that to council. And the last piece is to work, given the appetite for transit of the community that we're seeing, to continue to support economic growth, we're scoping that an approach to a corporate UPass to be able to work with large employers across the region and see if we can have a bit of a different model to incentivize transit, and that would enable us to fund more frequent transit to employment areas. So just a little bit of data to set the stage here. So on the left, you see the graph that shows ridership in the region. On the left side, you have the last few weeks of August, and then September kicks off, and this is when we have the ridership explosion that you've heard of multiple times, where we're still more than 30% above pre-pandemic levels in daily ridership. And on the right side, you'll see that's the effect on the crowding of our buses. So the flat part on the left was the crowding on number of crowded buses in August, and then on September 4th, then it gets to 187 crowded buses in a single day on our network. We've been managing all this, and staff has been incredibly resilient. So you're seeing on the graph on the lower right, these peaks of crowding have gone down already from 180 and 160 down to below 100. So we're able to manage part of it, but now we really need to continue to increase services to relieve that crowding and make space for further growth of ridership. So to support that, so the first element that that will impact our budget is fleet expansion. So today I'm focusing only on conventional buses. On November 1st, we'll talk in more detail about the plan for Mobility Plus as well as Bus Plus to townships. So today it's really focused on the kind of the core GRT service. But the strategy that we're starting to develop right now and that you'll see impacts the capital plan is to initiate some refurbishments of buses. We know that lead times for new buses has increased significantly over the past years. We were supposed to receive 6 electric buses last year. We've received 1 of these, so it's good to get started on the pilot, but we know that manufacturers are really struggling today to deliver on these buses. So in the meantime, as some buses are running into end of life, so you'll see in the blue table there, so we're proposing that in 2024, we proceed with some refurbishment of existing buses. We have some really skilled people in the bus maintenance group who are able to rebuild bus engines and who are able to give them basically a second life. And that's part of our strategy to be able to get these new buses without waiting the 1 or 2 years that are required today by the supply chain. So you'll see that, so there's significant growth. So 2024 is still moderate, 34 new buses, mostly to replace existing ones. But you'll see in the capital plan, you'll see that number increase. And the capital plan kind of has a bit of a lag because we only pay when we receive the buses. So you'll see the numbers kind of tally up from now until 2030. From a service perspective, there's two expansions that we want to bring to your attention today. The first one is on the LRT service. So there, our objective is to leverage the existing contract with our partner GrandLink and just maximize it. Today we have the ridership on the LRT has boomed again from about 14,000 people a day to 22,000. So and we've rebuilt the networks across the region in Waterloo, Kitchener, and now Cambridge. They're all more supportive and built around the ION backbone. So the objective here now is to increase frequencies so that during the university school year, they wouldn't be on every 10 minutes, but they would be every 8 minutes. So that would relieve a little bit of the crowding. And that would be all day long because we've seen demand patterns change significantly and a lot of midday demand that did not exist before the pandemic. So move it to 8 minutes year round and then move it and keep it at 10 minutes throughout the summer. So this summer we know there was a lot of feedback from the community on crowding on the LRT as we traditionally drop the level of service in the summer. So there we would maintain that 10-minute frequency over the summer. The counterpart of that would be to reduce some of the frequencies in the evening where ridership drops significantly and where we actually have bus route number 7 that helps to complement, and we don't need the capacity, but bus route number 7 will give the frequency and there will be some LRTs as well. So they're moving that frequency from 15 to 30 minutes. So this has a limited impact on budget because operating costs of the LRT, the way it's been designed in the contract, are actually quite low, and they give us really good capacity for a limited, a much lower cost than actually bus operations. In addition to that, and that's with no impact to the budget, but since last year, significant work has been undertaken by our partner to increase winter resiliency and respond to freezing rain risks. So still knocking on wood. I don't want to overpromise, but they've done really significant improvements, both from a preventive standpoint and from a readiness standpoint to manage that. So again, that's beyond capacity. Maintaining that reliability throughout the winter is critical to our customers. So that's a piece I hope we'll see the results in this year. And then the counterpart, the complement to the LRT service expansion is the service expansion on the regular bus network. So there the objective is to continue to grow service level to achieve our mode share objectives, prepare the network for the Conestoga College UPass once it is ratified and approved. So already we've had significant increases without the UPass, significant increase in ridership from the different Conestoga College sites as they increase their number of students. So there we're also taking a very network approach. We're not serving the sites directly. We're just boosting the network that benefits their different campuses. So it also enhances the entire network overall and serves that strong appetite for transit that we've seen from the college and the universities. The objective is also to develop some in-year flexibility for operational adjustments. We've seen that this year. We used as much of the flexibility as that we've had in September to cope with some of that crowding. And that's something, a little piece that is in the base budget to help us adjust. It's also an adjustment to traffic because, for example, if a bus gets stuck in traffic and takes 5 more minutes, then the whole schedule changes and sometimes it actually yields a new driver. So we need a little bit of space for that. But the changes overall are to add 45,000 hours of bus services, so that will support the routes serving Conestoga, expand service on major routes like the I-Express network, in particular summer midday. That's been a problem last summer, so that's something that we're putting forward. And then we'll extend service to townships. We'll talk about the townships more in detail on November 1st, but it's about creating more evening and Sunday service to Elmira, improve the flex service that's serving the Breslau community and the airport by adding another vehicle and filling that midday gap where today service was not offered. And then, and we'll talk about it also on November 1st, but improve the response to peak demand on Mobility Plus by adding a driver and an additional vehicle to cover that. And I'll stop here for any questions or move on with Cheryl on
There
the
are some
financial impacts.
questions. Do you want Cheryl to provide the finances before you ask questions? Cheryl, you got a couple of slides? Okay, go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Chair, and through you. The 2024 transit operating budget is anticipated to increase by $4.8 million. This graph actually depicts some of the more interesting pieces going on in the transit operating budget. But starting off over on the left, we see that inflation is adding another $9.8 million to the property tax levy for transit. Some of those service adjustments to accommodate that increased ridership that transit had seen since September is adding another $1.5 million. There is some annualization of 2023 service expansions and some in-year approvals, adding another $2.1 million. And then offsetting that is some improved revenue estimates for 2024 to reflect that increased ridership. So we're hoping that, or we are planning that transit fare revenue will actually increase by $9.4 million, thereby reducing our property tax levy requirements by the similar amount. And so the base budget for transit is actually increasing by $4 million. Adding to that are the service expansions that Mathieu had gone through in some detail, totaling approximately $800,000. So that's coming up to a total of an increase of $4.8 million on the operating budget for transit in '24. On the capital side, we've split the actual public transit capital program into two components, the bus component and the light rail component, just because there's some differences in the type of works provided by both of those capital programs. So starting off with the GRT capital program, it totals about $506 million. The vast majority of that is related to vehicle replacements, as well as some expansion vehicles that are contemplated in the 10-year window. There are some bus electrification projects to build more infrastructure for that, to support the electrification of the fleet, as well as some facility renewal and other works. The funding for the GRT capital program is largely funded from the IKIP, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, and the funding is also anticipated for the Zero Emission Transit Fund. We've assumed some funding from both of those funding programs to fund our vehicle replacements and expansions. There is some property tax reserve funding required, as well as certain projects are eligible for development charge funding, so we've applied some of that as well. And there's a very modest amount of debt contemplated for the GRT capital program. On the LRT side, the total expenditure is over 1.2 billion. It's largely Stage 2 LRT. So Stage 2 LRT is 1.1 billion of the total capital program for LRT. I will note that that's not the total for the project. It's only the amount in the 10-year window. There are expenditures contemplated further out beyond the 10-year window, as noted in our budget document. The funding and financing of the LRT capital program is largely assumed to be senior levels of government funding for that Stage 2 LRT piece, to the extent that those expenditures are eligible. Other ineligible expenditures would be covered through development charge, debt, and property tax reserve and debt. And I think there's this modest amount of development charge debt as well. And with that, I think I'm turning it back over to the Chair for the resolutions.
Okay, I have a lineup of people who want to ask questions, so maybe you can tag team and then or do you want to do the resolutions? Let's do the questions first, and then we will go to the resolutions. Councillor Huniak.
Chair, I have a couple of questions with respect to conventional transit and then a couple of questions with respect to Mobility Plus. And so if we need to come back to me, that's understandable. But my first question is with respect to the projected fare increase. I'm nervous about this specifically because the revenue from DRT fares has been more than we expected, and also we've had more UPass sign-on. And so I'm wondering if you can speak to the justification of that and where the fare increase stands in relation to similar municipalities with similar-sized transportation systems, i.e., are we charging more or less or the same?
Through the chair, so thank you for the questions, Councillor Huniak. If you'll allow us, we'd like to bring a deep dive on the fare increases and the fare structure on November 1st, going really into the detail of the different categories. There, you've just had the assumptions as part of the package. We just talked about it high level, but we know that the equity piece is really important to this council, so we want to bring this back specifically, because also it's part of a whole package about how do we lower barriers to access GRT. So it's not just fares, but the whole payment experience and the modes of payment is something that we're bringing forward. So it doesn't have any, we want to bring it on November 1st in a more holistic way.
Thank you very much. I'm equally concerned about financial accessibility as I am about structural accessibility. And so with respect to Mobility Plus, I'm very excited to see the proposed expansion of that. As of right now, we currently approve 50% of Mobility Plus requests that we receive and deny 50% of the Mobility Plus requests that we receive. So do you have a projection or a sense of how much more the Mobility Plus expanded service hours will allow in terms of service rate approval?
Just through the chair, so today, so sometimes it's true that we kind of negotiate with a customer what the right window is, but today we have the number of accommodated trips in the end is only about 5%, not 50%. So that's about and that corresponds to about 24 trips in the peak period. And what we're trying to do with the new vehicle and driver, we should be able to add about 30 trips in that peak period. So that should, again, there will be, I don't want to overpromise, so there will be some unaccommodated trips on particular days, but we're kind of right-sizing the expansion right now to be able to cover most of that 5% of unaccommodated trips. Again, sometimes what we call unaccommodated is where we haven't been able to have a conversation with a customer to say, well, can you shift it by half an hour and then find a solution? But we should be able to cover that level of demand.
So with that, Chair Redmond, I have one more comment, question, potential direction to staff. Is that okay?
I'll overlook it this time.
Okay, so I'm wondering if you could provide information to council either by November 1st or before budget day with respect to what the budget impacts and other impacts might be if we were to say guarantee transportation to those that give us the maximum notice permitted. For example, if I call a week in advance and that's the maximum window allotted, then my transit should be guaranteed from an equity perspective.
Yes, through the chair, yeah, we can definitely bring that back latest on November, in the November 1st presentation, where we'll talk about Mobility Plus in more detail.
Perfect, thanks. If that could be added to the tracking list, I would greatly appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Matthew. First of all, I'd like to say I'm pleased with the increase in service in Cambridge that we've done recently, and also that we also have the 40% increase in ridership. So that's going to help us with our plans for the LRT. And in the money that we're spending for Stage 2 LRT, is that to support the business case?
Yes, through the chair. So today in the plan, there's money for the business case, and there's also some money for capital, for some property acquisitions that we try to do along the way. So today we're not pushing it through, but there are some owners that come to the region and say, okay, we know we're in the corridor. Would you be willing? And so if we're able to negotiate, a good price, there's one line that's for property acquisitions in addition to the business case work.
Okay, thank you. And one more. What are we doing, or are we doing anything to advance plans for the Cambridge to Guelph GO station?
Through the chair, so that's also, there's as part of the capital plan, that study is underway, so it's advancing. I think we'll bring it back at the in March of next year, I think is when we can bring the results back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we go to slide 67, I just had a question about the hours adjustment. I'm sorry, is that 67? No, there we go. No, next one. I think it was 67. So when it's like after 8 o'clock, the 30 minutes and 15 minutes or 10 minutes. Yeah, that one. So on the frequency, I was just wondering, so after 8 p.m., the frequency is going to go down to 30 minutes? Is that the proposal?
Through the chair, yes, that's the proposal.
So I'm just thinking, like, the odd time that I've used it, and let's say I go, I'll get on at Fairway and take it up to Waterloo for dinner someplace. And so that's sort of my thinking after 8 o'clock, then it's down to 30 minutes. And I'm thinking about students that are taking night classes at the universities. Wouldn't they be impacted by this too after 8 o'clock, that it's down to 30 minutes?
So through the chair, so what happens after 8 o'clock is that the LRT is supplemented by, there's bus route number 7 that gives 15-minute frequency, and that runs alongside quite a significant portion of the LRT corridor. And that provides additional capacity and frequency for people who are using the system after 8 p.m. What we see, that this level of frequency actually matches the demand profile. So all this is a trade-off. So it's we're maximizing the capacity that the contract enables us to get out of our LRT partner with the existing vehicles and staffing that they have. So what we have to increase midday, it has to be counterbalanced somewhere. So right now we're taking the maximum hour of services out of the existing contract, and after 8 p.m. that route 7 will provide that 15-minute option, which is not without kind of oversizing the vehicle, because again the demand drops very sharply after after 8. So that's why there's that proposal to decrease the frequency after 8.
You mentioned number 7, though. Is number 7 going to stay with us all next year?
Through the chair, yes. No changes to route number 7 for next year. And even further expanded in the afternoon peak.
Number 7, okay. But you can't, I guess, say like from, can you tweak it? Are we allowed to tweak it even more, like from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m.? And then can we make those more frequent changes, or do we have to sort of block them out in 1 or 2 blocks during the whole course of the day?
Through the chair, we could, I mean, there are tweaks. Maybe what I can do, because we actually, I can show you the comparison between the service levels and the demand curve on the LRT. So, because the objective here with this adjusted schedule is really to match as closely as possible the demand to avoid crowding. Because what we've seen, pre-pandemic, there was a lot of, demand was much more peaked. And so this is why we could have a frequency drop in midday, and that was fine. Today, that's not the way people want to travel. There's a lot of people traveling between 11 and 1 p.m. And so if we drop the frequency there, it yields some crowding. But I'm happy to provide that the data and the evidence so you can see it in detail.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. And my concern was just safety in the evenings for people, especially young people taking ION or bus. The other question I had was on slide 69 with respect to the projected transit income. So on user fee revenue, you're expecting a $0.4 million increase in revenue. Correct? Is that correct, how you read that?
So through the chair, it's 9.4 million.
And that would be over and above the substantial increase that we've seen this year? Like, I'm just wondering how that worked.
So through you, Chair, this is actually adjusting our 2023 revenue budget upward by 9.4 million, basically to reflect the revenue trends and ridership trends that we're seeing this year. So
but this is a prediction for our 2024 revenue, correct? Or
correct. We're adjusting our 2023 revenues, increasing them by 9.4 million for 2024 to that higher ridership and revenue.
And how do you come to 9.4 million versus, let's say, 10.4 million?
Through the chair, so we've done careful work. We've tried to be not completely conservative, but not overly optimistic about ridership levels. So we've been really just tracking the recent ridership trends that we've seen on the network, and then continue to apply some growth factors to it to build a scenario that's that takes a moderate amount of risk with respect to future growth. And then there's a specific ridership bump that is expected. So should Conestoga College UPass be approved, we know that this will generate significant ridership starting in September of 2024, which is the target implementation date. And so that was also factored into the modeling.
So, okay, that's fine. And if you could just send me, I'd be interested to see what the 2023 projection was versus the actual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Erb, James, Williams, Craig, and then Hunick again, and then we're going to move to the recommendations. So, Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was, one of them was on the evening, and your explanation of Route 7 is very helpful and makes a lot of sense. My other question is the 8-minute going, or 10 going to 8. For the user, 10 is really simple to keep in your mind. So I'm anticipating, and the original proposal for the LRT was an 8-minute headway, is that right? When it was originally built and started, it was 8 minutes? So are we going to, the 8-minute is taking us to what the original plan was? Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is going back to the service plan that was, so that maximum frequency of the service plan that was entertained in the contract.
Yeah, okay. And communication to the user going from 10 to 8, just anticipating a problem there, or what are we going to do to make the user aware of that?
So through the chair, the variations in schedule, in transit, we usually, I would say that's kind of a professional approach, is that when you reach frequencies of 10 minutes or better, then people are not dependent, they're not schedule dependent anymore. If you have a 30-minute bus, for example, you definitely need to take your trip planner because you don't want to wait for 20 minutes at your bus stop. When we get to 10 minutes or 8 minutes, people customers just turn up and go. They just go to the platform, they see, oh, it's coming in 6 minutes, I'll just wait 6 minutes. So the average wait is 4 to 5 minutes. So there's no need to have any mental load associated with planning your transit route. So even the variation between 10-minute and 8-minute, we don't think it's going to have any adverse customer impacts, because once you're at 10 minutes, people just go to the platform and they're willing to wait an average of 5 minutes to get their vehicle.
Good, thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Redmond. Councillor, you stole part of my question about the communication piece. I was wondering if there was anything in the budget that's slated for greater communication, AI technology within the service. Thank you.
Through the chair, so we, as part of the GRT annual communication budget, there's capacity to do that. They've done, I mean, you saw the social media in September when the year kicked off, so they do have capacity to manage that, and they've managed. This year there was significant communication in Cambridge associated with the massive change in network, so it went very smoothly. At least we didn't hear too much about it. There were a few areas that felt that they weren't quite as well served, but mostly it went through really well, even though that was a very significant change in the network. So the communication team has the capacity to right size the communication plan to make sure that we're informing all the users and they understand how the system is going to work, and in the evening how they can switch to route number 7 and things like that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. So just a few things that I guess I wanted to just point out quickly, and then I guess I'll try to turn it into a question. Just a few things to keep in mind. The ION runs from mall to mall, as we all know. So around Christmas time, there are a definite increase in retail workers, especially students, and they don't necessarily get out at 8. A lot of them have to stay like 9, 10, sometimes even 11, especially when they're doing setups and takedowns. And I've heard from a lot of people, like even with the 7, depending on how it's staggered, like sometimes they go out and you're still standing out there for a half an hour by yourself in the dark, and it's a little bit unnerving sometimes. So I was just wondering if you had kind of thought of that, and maybe even just if there could be increased frequency until the Christmas season is over, because there is that influx of retail workers like from mall to mall.
Yep, through the chair. So it's true there are different service periods throughout the year. We have a different service changes during reading week. There's a lot of things that change. So we can take it back. There's some flexibility in the scheduling. We had already entertained the possibility of getting. Often Sundays, or you're going to get less service on Sunday, but if there's a major event, if there's Oktoberfest or things happening, maybe we need to increase the service. So there's enough flexibility within the contract so that we can identify some discrete events on which we want to provide, for example, enhanced service. That's something we can take back to bring that back to in a bit more detail to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on my colleague's comments about GO Train to Cambridge. Now, that has a long history. And the point being that we are emphasizing Breslau and, of course, Kitchener GO Train expansions and so on. My conversations with the local MPP is that they're not, Metrolinx is not very supportive of a link between Cambridge and Guelph. And I think we need to get the information directly from Metrolinx before we proceed down a pathway that only promises hope and has no results. So that's part of my concern with this. And if in fact they will support a linkage, then I think it's got to be a top priority for the region. We have 150,000 people south of the 401 that are not accessing rapid transit within the region or to the GTA. And I think that's got to start being prioritized in terms of getting something done. So I look forward to your reports, but I also think there's got to be conversation with Metrolinx about what is their attitude. Will they support that linkage between Cambridge and Guelph? Thank you.
Matthew, I think that was more of a comment than a question. I'm going to go to Councillor Hunick, and then I'm going to ask for the slide to come up that captures the recommendations.
Thank you. Through the chair to Commissioner Gotsky, I just want to make sure that council and the public get the correct messaging from the both of us. I was quite sure that in the report which council received in August on Mobility Plus and dialysis, it indicated that 50% of subscription trips, which are those that are provided more than a week in advance, are approved and 50% of them are denied. Is that not accurate?
Through the chair, I'll go back to the report, but my recollection was that it was somewhere between 5 and 6% of the trips that were unaccommodated versus somewhere above 9% pre-pandemic. So I think that's what was in the table, but I'll double check and bring that back. And we can bring that back more specifically on November 1st when we talk about Mobility Plus to make sure the public is well informed.
I think that we need to be sure of that. I also think we need to note that the more times people are denied, the less they're making requests of the service. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm now going to turn the floor over to Mr. Dyer.
Thank you to the chair. There are three proposed motions relating to transit. One with respect to the Conestoga College UPass service. And I might suggest to committee that you consider adding at the end of that motion something like subject to confirmation of a successful student referendum. I think that would be helpful, and I understand we should know those results by sometime next week. The second is with respect to the GRT service hours. As previously described, this adds approximately 45,000 hours to the system, and then an additional 1,900 hours for ION service within the existing contract, all as described in our budget document. Thank you.
So thank you. Do we have a mover and a move by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Wolf? Are we all sure what we're voting on? We can vote on this in one motion. There's three parts. Everybody clear? So please use eScribe to cast your ballot. Colleagues, that is carried. The next section, I thank you very much, Mathieu. Cheryl seems to always be on the hot seat here. The next section is climate action, and Rod is going to speak to it. I will ask colleagues, do you want a 10-minute break? 5? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break because Rod needs it, but don't go too far.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, colleagues, thank you, Chair Redmond, for sitting in. We're pleased to now proceed with Mr. Regier. So, Mr. Regier, over to you.
Holy smokes. All right. Thank you very much, Chair Harris. And I'd like to thank my colleagues in particular for inviting me to start in on slide 73 at 4:30 in the afternoon. So just note this for future reference. I've got a few slides here to brief council on our climate action strategy generally, but then more specifically. Oh, awesome. Okay, I thought somebody else was in charge of that, but yeah. And then introduce a particular program concept to council that our staff have been working on, which we're pretty excited about. And so I'll just start in on a brief overview. As you know, the Waterloo region is a proud partner of a number of community-based programs to help address our climate challenge. In 2018, Regional Council endorsed our Community Energy Investment Strategy. Now, this is a really important program. It's a collaboration of all of the utilities and the municipalities in the Waterloo region to redesign our energy system to drive carbon out of that system. It's a really exciting initiative, and I have to tell you, it's great to work with all of the leaders of our utilities and area municipal colleagues on this project. In 2019, we endorsed a community climate adaptation plan. This plan outlines actions to improve our resilience to extreme weather and climate change impacts through increased local adaptive capacity and collaboration amongst community stakeholders. And then 2021, all 8 municipal councils endorsed Transform WR, our community climate change mitigation action plan. These documents are the outcome of very productive collaborations between the region, the area municipalities, local utility providers, and community stakeholders. So I'd like to focus a little bit on Transform WR right now. So we have, as a community, have made some big commitments. We've committed to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by the year 2050, which is now less than 30 years away. In 2021, following endorsement of Transform WR, Council recommended an interim target of a 50% reduction in emissions by 2030. This is an extremely aggressive target, and it's going to take some effort to achieve it. You can see that while we have seen some reductions since 2010, largely as a result of the removal of coal from the provincial electric system, we have some considerable distance to go here. And I'll outline in the next slide a bit of the work that we have underway to help achieve some of this target. So it's clear that while we've made some progress, significant effort across all sectors is now needed over the next 6 years to make a fundamental shift in the way that we use energy and the type of energy that we use in our economy. To guide this work, Transform WR outlines the actions necessary to transform the way we move, the way we build and operate in space, the way we produce and consume and waste, and the way that we relate as a society. The region will continue to work, and by the way, what I'm really excited about with our organization is the way that you've heard my colleagues talk about our water and wastewater and transportation systems, transit systems, as being fundamentally lined up with our objectives here on Transform WR. So we have taken a lot of additional action to support Transform WR over the last little while. We're in the process of developing a corporate carbon budget, and we've already developed a climate action plan. We have a corporate energy plan in development. There's an integrated mobility plan, which Matthew's team is working on, which will guide a modal shift to a low-carbon transit and active transportation, which he talked about earlier this afternoon. We did a lot of work through the Regional Official Plan Amendment, which Council worked on leading up to a decision in 2022. The policies embedded in that plan are going to help our region become more sustainable over the next 30 years. We built Ion Transit, the Ion LRT system, and we've done a lot of work in intensification in the Central Transit Corridor, all of which is helping to reduce greenhouse gases as a part of our regional economy. We've done a lot of work on net zero building standards for affordable housing units, and Jennifer's team has, in water and wastewater, have worked on biogas cogeneration facilities at our wastewater treatment sites, which has made a contribution as well. These efforts and several others not listed here have allowed the region to reduce its corporate emissions by 31% since 2010. However, it's important to note that our corporate emissions account for less than 3% of total community emissions. And community emissions have been much slower to decline than our corporate emissions as a whole. The region can play an essential role in helping our community emissions to be reduced by offering targeted programs and services for residents, and including the program that I'll be describing briefly here. So I'd like to introduce Council to the concept of the Home Energy Retrofit Pilot Program. This program is in response to a number of recent developments. One is that home energy use constitutes about 18% of the total community greenhouse gas emissions that we generate annually here in the region of Waterloo. So there's a significant opportunity to reduce emissions by helping homeowners switch to a cleaner fuel source and increase building envelope efficiencies. In recognition of this opportunity, and in response to a program offering by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, we're bringing forward the opportunity to launch a home energy retrofit program. This program will directly support our commitment to implementing Transform WR. Specifically, Strategy 3.1 of Transform WR directs the region and its partners to decarbonize building heating and cooling and water heating by replacing furnaces and hot water heaters with highly energy efficient and low carbon equipment or fuel sources such as heat pumps and that sort of thing. And did you? Congratulations. Thank you very much. The goal of this program, which we're calling Retrofit WR, will be to promote and facilitate energy efficiency and renewable energy upgrades in residential buildings by providing easy and affordable financing options together with expert advice for homeowners in the Waterloo region. This will be achieved by providing a centralized one-stop window for home energy retrofits supported by an energy coach and funded through low-interest loans repaid directly on the utility bill. So this is an exciting innovation where the utilities become directly involved in helping achieve a cost-effective transformation of home energy systems for the homeowner. Examples of energy retrofits include the installation of heat pumps for heating and cooling, thermal insulation, window and door replacements, smart thermostats, and renewable energy systems. We can also support retrofits that increase the resilience of homes to extreme weather events. We are proposing a 4-year pilot project that will be delivered across Waterloo region to low-rise single-family homes. A detailed design study was completed in 2021, which identified program objectives, cost estimates, financing models, and equity considerations, as well as recommendations for design, setup, and delivery. And we'll also be learning from successful home energy pilots launched recently by leading municipalities, including Durham Region, the City of Kingston, the City of Ottawa, and the City of Guelph. So, Cheryl, am I supposed to hand this over to you at this stage, or should I walk this? I can. Oh, there's some questions?
I'd like you to finish, you both,
Yep.
to finish, and then we'll go to questions.
Okay.
Because oftentimes, there's a lot of things that are covered that may provide an answer to somebody. So we're going to continue on, and that's the way I'd like to roll with it, if you don't mind.
So through you, Chair, we just have one slide here on the budget summary for the proposed WR retrofit program. It is a 4-year pilot. It is funded 80% by FCM, and then the region needs to make a 20% contribution. The total 4-year plan is almost $10 million. So the region's portion of that would be $2 million. There is some phasing going on. So in 2024, the proposal is to add approximately $1.9 million in expenditure for the program, and then get some FCM funding to offset that of about 1.6 million, with the region's remaining contribution being 389,000.
Okay, I see Councillor Foxton has a question.
Thank you. Just an advertisement that if you put in a heat pump like I did yesterday, it costs $10,333.50, and I get back $7,000.
Oh.
So if you're going to get a heat pump, do it now. The money's out there, and it's a great value. Thanks.
Thank you. So I understand we have a recommendation that we'd like to pop up. If that's good, I'll turn over to Mr. Dyer.
Yes, thank you to the chair. We have a proposed resolution for the committee that staff be directed to include in the 2024 operating budget a service expansion for the home energy retrofit program, as described by my colleagues and as included in the budget document.
And we'll ask for a mover, calling Ms. James. Mayor, Councillor McCabe, I'm sorry, yes. And Councillor McCabe, there we go. Okay. And we'll proceed to a vote in e-scribe, please. And that is carried. Thank you all. We do have you. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Dyer.
Thank you. And if I could just ask for the slide to be advanced, through the chair, that concludes the plan and budget material for today. We have the next meeting will be scheduled for November 1st at 11 a.m., where we will cover the equitable service and opportunities priority. We're still working through the material and speakers for that meeting, but that's our next meeting in a couple of weeks.
Great, thank you. Moving along, and I guess before that, 4:38, we are going to continue on with our agenda into reserve and reserve fund update with the Waterloo Region Police Reserve and Reserve Funds, as we do have Kirsten Hand on hand. So we are going to, if everyone is good, punt lunch dinner back to 5:30. So if there are objections or if there are concerns with that, we may be able to be done sooner, but that's kind of where we're at, to then reconvene at 6 for the public input session. So if there's any issues with that, let us know. But with that, I'll call on Mr. Dyer and Kirsten Hand, Director of Finance and Assets Branch, Waterloo Region Police Service, to provide the presentation on Waterloo Region Police Service Reserve and Reserve Fund, as well as the Region's Reserve Fund. Craig and Kirsten.
Okay, thank you so much to the chair. I have a brief update for the committee on reserves and reserve funds. I'll walk through the material relatively quickly. I believe you have the material that came out on the addendum agenda yesterday. So just to kind of set the context for the conversation, just a reminder of some definitions in terms of reserves and reserve funds, which council can establish under the Municipal Act. And essentially the difference between the two is that a reserve is considered to be an allocation of revenue, typically from either property taxes or other user fees or other revenues that are set aside for a designated purpose. And these are funds that can be used at the discretion of council and are usually provided for in two ways. One is through a direct transfer from the operating budget into a reserve through the annual budget process and through the allocation of surplus funds at the end of the year. A reserve fund, on the other hand, typically has a statutory requirement or a specific liability that is intended to be met in the future. So the difference really is that it's much more prescriptive in its use. There's two types of reserve funds, obligatory and discretionary. The best example of an obligatory reserve fund is our development charges reserve funds, where the Development Charges Act prescribes the use of those funds to segregate the development charges that we collect and the interest that is applied to those development charges. Council can also set up discretionary reserve funds to meet a future liability. We have, I would say, a very small number of discretionary reserve funds, but a reserve fund for WSIB claims that is funded annually through the operating budget would probably be the best example of where we use a reserve funds. We typically have, so we have many more reserves than we do reserve funds, and I'll talk a little bit about the different kinds of reserves we have in a moment. The purpose, the reason behind having reserves and reserve funds is, I would say, first of all, it's a fundamental component of long-term sustainability, long-term financial sustainability, and long-term financing. So there's, I would say, three main reasons and advantages to having a healthy reserve balance. One is it provides a source of funding to deal with significant fluctuations in tax or user rate budgets. And that could be caused by a particular issue at a given time or a significant capital investment. It does provide a source of funding for our capital projects. And the more that we can fund from reserve funding, which is commonly referred to as pay-as-you-go funding, it means the less you have to rely on long-term debt and the less you have to incorporate debt servicing costs into future budgets. And then finally, it provides the flexibility to deal with fluctuating cash flows over the course of the year. And so the flow of funds then is relatively straightforward. We budget through the operating budget for contributions to capital reserves. We collect that revenue through both the tax levy and through our user rates over the course of the year. That money is then set aside in reserves, in this case for capital projects, for equipment replacement, and in some cases for stabilization and contingency purposes. And then we move the money out of those reserves to fund those capital projects or move into the operating budget, either to deal with a shortfall, a deficit at the end of the year, or to deal with any specific one-time issues, again, as determined by council. And so just dealing with the deficit situation, we have an allocation policy around our end-of-year balance. So we calculate at the end of the year a corporate financial position that's either a surplus or a deficit. For the most part, it's what I would call a fairly modest surplus. What we do with that surplus is up to council, and council's allocation policy currently is that and this works in order of operation. So step one is we top up the working funds reserve to 10 million if the balance is below 10. If there is remaining surplus, then we top up the tax stabilization reserve to its target balance of 15 million. And if there is sufficient surplus above that, we transfer it and allocate it to the general tax-supported capital reserve. And that provides a source of funding for our capital program, and it means we have to borrow less in the following year. And then we look at how we can best use the money in that reserve in order to reduce our following year debt requirements. So just a quick run through then of the types of reserves that we have, and I'll start with capital reserves, which is basically used to fund our capital program. Again, reduces the need for borrowing. It's a fundamental component of our asset management program. And the idea is we want to be able to fund asset renewal work from a reserve and retain our debt capacity for larger, transformative, growth-related investments. We review the contribution targets on a periodic basis, certainly when we put the budget together and in the middle part of the year as well. Overall, at the end of 2022, we had a year-end balance in our capital reserves of $281 million. Similarly, we have equipment replacement reserves, and we use these reserves to replace, as needed, over 800 pieces of equipment and corporate fleet vehicles, and approximately 300 Grand River Transit vehicles. Again, we review these contributions annually. We have about $68 million sitting in those reserves at the end of the year. And I can definitely say that all of our equipment replacement costs are currently funded by these reserves. We do not issue debt to fund equipment replacement. And then we have a couple of other categories which I've described as stabilization and contingency reserves. We have these on both the tax and the rate side. Gives us the opportunity to deal with any fluctuations, significant fluctuations over the course of the year, or any one-time or emerging issues. Overall, year-end balance of approximately $47 million. And then we have reserve funds for some future liabilities and for other purposes. This includes workplace safety claims, future sick leave payouts, and our brownfield financial incentives. Overall, a relatively small portion of our future liabilities are funded by these reserves. And at the end of 2022, we had a balance of approximately $29 million. And then looking at the development charge reserve funds, again, this is an obligatory reserve fund. We must use these reserve funds to segregate collections and the interest and any funded exemptions. And we use the money in these reserve funds to fund a portion of the growth-related infrastructure. And you'll often hear people say that development charges ensure that growth pays for growth. That is absolutely not the case. And development charges pay for a portion of growth-related costs. And we use the money in those reserves to fund those costs as they're incurred. And it results in two different transfers. So we're either funding the capital costs directly as the costs are being incurred, or in some cases, we're issuing growth-related debt. And we saw for example, on the wastewater slide today, we have a fairly significant amount of growth-related debt for wastewater that we've issued in the past for very good reason. Largely due to the expansion of the Kitchener wastewater treatment plant, which would give us capacity over many years for growth. And so spreading that cost over a longer period of time, I think makes a lot of sense. Overall, at the end of 2022, we had just under $100 million in our development charges reserves, and our 10-year capital program contemplates over $1 billion of development charges. So just to give you some perspective on that $99 million. And then so turning to long-term financial sustainability. So we've, a couple of years ago, we identified for council what we thought were the most significant risks to long-term financial sustainability, which we have listed on the left-hand side of this chart. And this includes the funding for the capital program. So we would say that while we've made good progress, we're still underfunded from from an asset management and asset renewal perspective. We have an elevated level of long-term debt compared to other regions and other AAA-rated peers. I think the most important one here for today's conversation is number 3, which is we have, relatively speaking, low reserve balances. And this is relative to our budget, relative to the amount of infrastructure we have, and certainly relative to other municipalities. And so the mitigating role here, and this is maybe the most important part from my perspective, is the right-hand column of this chart. The presence of reserves and reserve funds plays a mitigating role to this risk. And that is in the context that the strength of our balance sheet is partly dependent on having sufficient reserves and reserve funds, something that the credit rating agencies look to. It gives us the capacity to fund capital works without having to borrow. It provides flexibility in terms of dealing with one-time issues and allows us to maintain cash flow over the course of the year. And a reminder here that the Municipal Act requires municipalities to ensure their operating budgets are balanced. So when you approve a budget every year, it's a balanced budget. And we don't have the ability to debt finance operating. And that makes the presence of contingency and stabilization reserves even more important. So that, to me, is the key part of this presentation, is the mitigating role that reserve and reserve funds play. And then just a couple of quotes from the most recent Moody's credit opinion, where they've indicated that a faster than anticipated rise in debt or a decline in reserves could lead to a downgrade. So that's the risk that they're pointing out. And they've identified that, just from a terminology perspective, liquidity metrics continue to lag peers. Basically, that means that our cash balances are lower than most of our peers. And that's reflected in terms of the amount of reserves and reserve funds that we have. And elevated debt burden, we've already talked about. But the risk mitigation, again, as noted by Moody's, is that we've experienced a slower increase in the pace of debt growth over the last several years. And that emphasizes that we've been focusing more and more on pay-as-you-go for asset renewal type investments over the years. 2 charts here. I hope they're generally readable. The one on the left is a debt to reserve ratio, which we've talked about a couple of times with this council now. The region of Waterloo's is the red line at the top. So back in 2017, we had a debt to reserve ratio of 2 to 1. Our target here is to get down to 1 to 1 or below, which is where you will find all of the other regions that we typically compare ourselves to. We've made, I would say, very good progress over the last 5 years in bringing that ratio down. It's absolutely going in the right direction, and we still have a little bit of progress to make. The graph on the right is a reserves per capita comparison. So again, when we compare ourselves to that same group of regions, again, the Waterloo line is at the bottom, and you see Waterloo and Niagara very close to each other, and again, well below levels being that we see in other regions in Ontario. So that combination of an elevated level of debt and a lower level of reserve and reserve fund balances gives us that debt to reserve ratio that you see on the left. So key messages. First is reserves and reserve funds are an essential component of municipal long-term financial planning, fundamental to our capital program. The strength of our balance sheet is partly dependent on the level of reserves and reserve funds. And we have, again, a relatively low level of reserves compared to our budget, compared to the value of the infrastructure that we have in and on the ground, and to our level of debt outstanding. And then finally, on a positive note, the asset renewal funding plan is working. And it's working because you saw that debt to reserve ratio coming down at a nice steady pace since 2017. It's not a problem we can solve overnight. It's not a problem we need to solve overnight, but we need to make sure that it's moving in the right direction. And that's very encouraging from my perspective. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions and then turn it over to my colleague, Kirsten Hand.
Sure, I think that's what we'll do. Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Mr. Dyer, thanks for this presentation, but I seem to recall we just went through a presentation on reserve and reserve funds not too long ago, and at that time, you'd indicated to us that our cumulative reserves were about $450 million as a region. And that was when we were having a discussion about only really two reserve funds. One was the working fund, and the other was the tax stabilization fund. So I'm not aware of anyone who's suggesting any changes to the other reserve funds that we maintain. And really the focus has only been those two. And we saw today that, as Councillor Craig had pointed out, about $5 million is being drawn from the tax stabilization fund to assist with certain activities in the budget. And you're not suggesting that that puts us in some economic jeopardy, are you, with respect to our AAA credit rating?
Sorry, through the chair, was that question specific to the use of the proposed use of the tax stabilization reserve in 2024?
Well, I'm trying to understand what the presentation was about. So, because I'm just trying to, it's just so I better understand what the message that you're providing with respect to this, because I'm not aware of anyone suggesting using any of the reserve funds other than focusing on two of them, which is the tax stabilization reserve and possibly the working fund. And I noted that we are dipping into the tax stabilization reserve, and we dipped into it last year to the tune of, I'm not sure what it was, $5 or $6 million. And I'm guessing then that fund is being made whole, and we're starting 2024 with 15 million in that fund, and then subject to whatever amounts we're going to be using for those certain items that were identified in our budget. So, so you're not suggesting though that use of are you suggesting that the use of that stabilization fund money is jeopardizing our credit rating or jeopardizing the operations or financial stability of the region?
Through the chair, no, I'm not suggesting that.
Okay, and then just the second part of that is, I noted, we've talked about the working fund. The working fund reserve has a specific purpose, which is a bridge for that early part of the year and no other purpose. And the last time we got together and talked about this, you presented to council, you pointed out that fund has never been used in 5 years, and it sits at $10 million. So are you suggesting that if we drew, let's say, $3.5 million out of that working fund to put towards the tax levy, that is going to jeopardize the financial stability of the region?
That is not what I'm suggesting, through the chair.
Okay.
All right.
I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't quite sure about that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Shantz. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Bruce would like to, Mr. Lochner.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've heard the question at council a number of times, think about tax stabilization and working capital. And I wonder if Craig we're trying to explain to council why we would be concerned about any changes. I think the question's come many times to us. It's 15 million. Could we go to 10 million? Could we go to 8 million? And I think Mr. Dyer has tried to explain we can't borrow for operating. We can't run a deficit. And so, Craig, I wonder if we were, through you, Chair, if you permit this, could you use an example? If we were, say, I'm making it up, $8 million in tax stabilization reserve, the risk that creates to us from an operating perspective, which I think is high as the chief administrator, if something happens during the year. But I think it's a valid question, and I know it's been asked before, and I wonder if you could just try to hit the nail on the head in terms of explanation.
Mr. Dyer.
Well, I think through the chair, I think the explanation comes down to risk mitigation, right? So we have roughly $47 million in what we would call contingency and stabilization reserves. We have almost $1 billion of own source revenue. And so relatively speaking, I would say that's not a huge balance compared to the amount of own source revenue that we generate over the course of the year. maybe the best example would be, through 2020 during COVID. If the province and federal governments had not stepped in the way they did, we would have had a serious liquidity and stabilization issue before us, one that would likely have exceeded our ability to deal with over the course of the year. So I think from a, from a long-term balance sheet strength perspective, we need to do two things. We need to manage the amount of debt that we're issuing, which I think Council has done an extremely good job of over the last several years. We've seen that in terms of our debt outstanding, which has remained relatively constant over that period of time, meaning that we're issuing about as much as is maturing. And so that's helpful going forward. The second piece is ensuring we have an adequate level of reserves and reserve funds to meet both our future capital needs and to ensure that we have the fiscal capacity to deal with unplanned and unexpected issues as they arise. So that's, to me, what both the working funds and the tax stabilization reserve play an important role, notwithstanding their relatively low balances.
Mr. Lochner, just for a quick, no, okay. So I will move to Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Thank you, Craig, for the presentation. It's always helpful to me, even though I've heard it a number of times, to get clarity on the reserves and what they're used for and what their balances are. So I appreciate that. A couple of things. I think we've talked about this in the past. If we were to lose our AAA rating, what would that mean to our operating budget?
So through the chair, the AAA rating allows us to borrow money at the best possible rate at any given time. So we've talked before about the region's cost of borrowing is based, first of all, on Government of Canada bond yields, and then there's a premium above that. And so our goal is to make that premium as small as possible. The AAA rating allows us to do that. So a municipality that has, so in our case, all other things being equal, a lower rating would mean a slightly higher cost of borrowing. And a slightly higher cost of borrowing means higher debt servicing costs. And so the impact on the operating budget then is entirely dependent on how much debt you're actually issuing. And as we all move into, maybe a new normal of higher interest rates, to me that just reinforces the need for strong reserve and reserve balances. Because now it's not just a matter of the debt outstanding, it's to the extent that we can avoid issuing debt, we're keeping those higher debt servicing costs out of our operating budget.
Well, excuse me, do you know what the difference is between a AAA and a AA rating in terms of interest rate?
So through the chair, the difference will vary over time because it will be entirely dependent on investor demand. So it's the investors themselves that will dictate what for them is a difference between a AA and a AAA. At times it's been maybe as small as 5 basis points. I'd say somewhere between 5 and 10 basis points, which doesn't sound like a lot, but if you're borrowing 60, 70, 80 million dollars a year, it doesn't take long for that to add up.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. What for me really hits it, and you know what, we can talk reserves forever because it's really essential. But it's the Moody's on page 95. Moody's credit opinion excerpts. A faster than anticipated rise in the debt burden combined with a significant decline in the level of reserves relate to debt could lead to a downgrade in the region's rating. And liquidity metrics continue to lag with peers. The debt burden is elevated, and we project that it could rise to near 80% of operating revenue within the next 3 years, above AAA-rated Canadian municipal medians. So this is a warning sign for all of us, and no one here is saying let's touch reserves. No, we're not saying that. We just have to be wise on the budget. You've done a great downturn when you showed the graph and how it's coming down, and that's great, and I applaud you for that. But we all have to be aware of this. There's not a huge slush fund out there for us to burn money. I wish there was. We could do that, but there isn't. So we have to be wise and do the best we can. And this needs to be brought to every budget, so we see point blank where we are and how much we can really play with money. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor Erb and then back to Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Just for clarification, so 5.8 million is being taken from the tax stabilization fund into the 23 budget. A comment was made earlier that we didn't take any money out of that fund last year. I thought we took about $7 million or something out of it to help fund our homelessness and affordable housing thing. And then when we had 7.4 million surplus from our budget, we added it to bring it back up to the 15 million. So we did use 7 million last year, I think. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, so through the chair, the answer may be in terms of an explanation of budget and actual. So from a budget perspective, in 2023, we had budgeted to use about $8.5 million from the tax stabilization reserve. So the question will be, how much of that $8.5 million will we actually need to use? And we'll know that. We'll be projecting that when we give you our third quarter financial update, and we'll know for certain at the end of the year. Because if I recall, the two significant uses of that reserve, one was to phase in the provincial subsidy on paramedic service expansion, and one was related to fuel prices. And fuel prices didn't go up as much as we had expected for as long, so we probably won't need to use the full, I'm going to say about $3.5 million that we had planned to use from the tax stabilization reserve. And we'll look at our overall position to determine how much we actually need to use in order to phase in the paramedic services expansions. So there does become a difference between what we budget for and what we actually take out of that reserve. And to the extent that money is taken from the tax stabilization reserve, we would look to replenish it through any surplus at the end of the year.
I am going to give people that have not asked questions kind of priority here before second. So Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Craig, I really appreciate this, and I would agree with others that I've heard it before, but it's always good to be reminded. It strikes me that budgets are a moment in time, but they're never just a moment in time. They're sort of a picture that we take. It's our best estimate based on the strategic priorities that Council has set. But through the year, can you just comment on the fluctuations and the surprises, I think, that you sort of have referenced when things crop up that we weren't expecting, and it allows us to continue to provide the services that residents expect from the region?
Yeah, certainly. So, maybe the best example, where we see some of our more significant variances, and when I say variance, I mean the difference between a budget and an actual over the course of the year, is often in our non-tax revenues. So I can recall in my early years here at the region, we had 2 or 3, maybe even 4 years where our tipping fee revenues were significantly lower than what we had budgeted. And we went through a period of time where we were adjusting that budget to reflect the reality of the amount of tipping fee revenues that we had. And so to the extent that, for example, that kind of variance can push you into a deficit situation, then having enough in contingency and stabilization reserves to deal with that kind of deficit is extremely helpful. Another good example, and I'm really sorry, Jennifer, to be picking on your areas, there have been years where our wastewater revenues were lagging our budget as well. And, we would use the rate stabilization reserve to deal with that, to deal with that outcome. So it gives you a couple of things. It gives you some comfort that in the event that something unexpected happens, that you've got a fallback. Like that's why those contingency and stabilization reserves are there. It also gives you the ability to respond to opportunities or issues as they come up over the course of the year, whether it's an important project that you wish to fund, or perhaps a senior level government funding opportunity that requires a local contribution. Having that capacity in your budget of an organization, of a region of this size is absolutely essential. And that's where we really see the value of those reserves.
So if I could be indulged with a comment, to me, these reserve funds and reserves are shock absorbers for things that we don't anticipate. It's not money that we're stuffing in our sock drawer. So I think there's a real working context within which you need reserve and reserve funds. So thank you for this.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Just following up on Councillor Erb's comments about what we were prepared to do. Mr. Dyer, at the start of budget season last year, or what have you, when you budgeted to potentially use $8.5 million of reserve funding, that was fully anticipated as a possibility. And if it had gone through, obviously there was no concern about an impact on our credit rating if we had to use the full $8.5 million. Fortunately for us, we didn't have to. And I'm not aware of anyone that's talking about reducing the size or amount of the tax stabilization fund. However, if we want to talk about a fund that is stuffing in our socks, the working fund, which has not been used, Mr. Dyer, for 5 years, or maybe more, you just indicated 5 years the last time we talked about it, has an amount of $10 million sitting there that has not been used at all. So, Mr. Dyer, wouldn't you agree with me, very simple question here, wouldn't you agree that if we reduce the working fund from $10 million to $6.5 million, given the history of absolutely no use of that fund in the past 5 years, that reduction would have zero impact on our credit rating?
I think that's a fair comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Lochner.
Yeah, I think I understand the question asked. I think it's important that council do ask these kinds of questions and continue to ask questions. So I think, again, it's important that council understand why. Is it okay if we go to, it's a great question. Is it okay if we go to 6.5 million in working capital? Does it impact us operationally? Why do we have a working fund? These are legitimate questions, and I think now's the time to explain that as best you can to council.
So through the chair, I think, as we explained when the Reserve and Reserve Fund report came forward earlier this year, the Working Funds Reserve gives us flexibility around cash flow. So although the balance has remained at 10 million over the course of the year, it gives us that additional amount of flexibility during the year as needed. So when, and that specifically happens in the first 3 months of the year before we start to receive our property tax payments from the area municipality. So we need to make sure that as an organization that by the time, over the first 3 months of the year, that we have sufficient capacity to deal with cash flow over those first 3 months before those tax revenues come in. And that's the value that the Working Fund Reserve has. So if the question is, if the question is, would I recommend a lower balance in the working funds reserve? The answer is no. I would not recommend that. I would recommend that you keep it where it is. And you keep it where it is because it gives us that flexibility to deal with any cash flow issues should they come up predominantly in the first quarter of the year. That being said, like any other policy, this is council's policy, and if we're directed otherwise, we will follow that direction. But my recommendation to you would be to leave that 10 million target balance as is.
Okay, well, thank you for that update, Mr. Dyer.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
No, this was for information. I know we'll have an opportunity to have a broader discussion on this. We do have another guest that has been here for a good amount of time today already.
So Mr. Chair, point of order, no question?
No, I think we've had enough back and forth. We had staff response.
Okay.
Allowed for
Mr. Chair, that's fine. I'll just send it directly to Mr. Dyer. Thanks.
That would be great. So we're going to call on Kirsten Hand, Director of Finance of Waterloo Region Police, to provide her presentation tonight. Thank you for your patience today.
First of all, I just want to thank everyone for having me here today. We've put together a couple slides just to take you through Waterloo Regional Police Services Reserve and Reserve Fund information. Just getting the slide deck up. Oh, thank you. All right, sorry about that. All right, so in 2017, we embarked on a journey to look at establishing a strategy around reserve and reserve funds. So at that point, we had found that we had certain expenditures within our operating budget that would have been better aligned in the capital budget, as well as we wanted to define a long-term strategy to ensure that we had enough funding for things like our capital program. So a strategy was formalized at that point through the board, similar to what the region's policy looked at. It identified prescribed use of reserve and reserve funds, what the source of funding for those funds and reserves are, as well as looking at kind of smoothing out our operating budget because we had a bit of peaks and valleys at that point. In 2020, that was translated into an official board policy, reserve and reserve fund management policy, which very much mirrors the regions. And the policy essentially supported the region of Waterloo's capital financing principles. So those being, Craig took us through a lot of the information, but some of the highlights were adherence to statutory requirements, promotion of financial stability and flexibility, provision for some of our major capital expenditures, and the reduction in the need for tax levy debentures. So again, when we looked at our capital program, we were funding a lot of life cycle replacement or renewal type capital programs with mixtures of debt. And so we really wanted to focus that debt on significant new infrastructure. So what are some of the reserves and reserve funds that exist under the Waterloo Regional Police Service umbrella? There's about 11 at the end of 2022, and they totaled approximately 46 million. So the only obligatory reserve fund we have is the regional development charges, and the region does manage that, and it helps fund some of our new infrastructure growth, for instance, like the new central division that has been put in place. So it will help fund those types of capital expenditures. We have some discretionary reserve funds, so WSIB and sick leave. And we have a stabilization reserve, which has a target balance. which puts money away in case of an operating deficit in the future. We have had one in the past where we have had to draw on a stabilization reserve to fund an operating deficit. We also have a voice radio reserve for the regional P25 system, which was implemented a couple of years ago. And lastly, we have capital replacement reserves. So that would include vehicle replacement, equipment replacement, as well as facility capital renewal. So currently, WRPS is responsible for funding their own reserves and reserve funds, and this is done through the operating budget, either through contributions from the operating budget. So for instance, we have just over $7 million assumed in our draft 2024 budget that would help fund our reserves. And also, if we do have an operating budget surplus, there's a look at our reserves in terms of where that funding would go. As part of the policy, we do an annual report to the board, which informs the budget process in terms of where are our reserves, what are the target balances, what type of contributions do we need to make. We look at a 10-year continuity schedule for our capital reserves to ensure that we have enough money in them to replace future capital programs. So, so our reserve and reserve funds, they help fund capital programs, they account for future liabilities such as WSIB, and they're also held for contingency for unexpected expenses, such as an operating budget deficit, or whether there's often our collective agreements are negotiated after the start date, so sometimes those could put pressure on historical in terms of retroactivity on the current year budget. So I took this line from the FCM presentation that came to you a couple weeks ago. So reserve and reserve funds should not be understood as surpluses because they're generally not available for discretionary purposes. So we do have plans for how we utilize our reserve, and that would be towards future planned expenditures or unfunded liabilities. So the status of our reserves. So as I said, we do review them annually. Definitely there's, we've got strategies in place going forward to deal with some of the issues that we're seeing. Similar to the region, we've seen large cost escalation in both our facilities, vehicle replacement, equipment replacement that is negatively putting pressure on our reserve. So currently, from a 10-year reserve continuity perspective, our vehicle reserve is forecasted to go into a deficit of $1 million in 2025. And our capital reserve is forecasted to go into a deficit in 2026 of $1 million. We also have some liabilities that the region reports on annually through the financial statements. We work with them, with the actuarialists, to look at what are the liabilities associated with certain things. So from a WSIB perspective, it's noted that we have a shortfall comparison to the liability of $5 million. Our sick leave has a shortfall of $35 million. And currently there is an unfunded liability associated with the future employee benefits. And the concern around those is they're very large numbers, and they have impacts on future operating budgets. And as has been noted, some of them are growing at a very significant pace, which is concerning. So again, we do look at all of these things through the budget process to mitigate some of these future items. We also work very closely with the region facilities team. So before any debt issuance is completed, we look at all the capital projects and we look at the reserve balances and we make decisions as to what needs to be debt funded and what's not. And we've seen some very good results over the last couple years where we've only really had to issue debt for major projects such as new central division and the voice radio system. Other capital projects that were originally assumed that would need to be funded through debt, we've been able to fund those through the reserves. So Just an example of the last 2 years, $2 million that were originally profiled to be funded through debt, we were able to fund through reserve. And then we continue also to work together in terms of the unfunded liabilities and how we could mitigate some of those shortfalls as well. So just in terms of our structure, different financial structures exist in other municipalities. So there's definitely not a one-size-fits-all in terms of how does the police operate in comparison to the municipality. There's different extremes. Some police services don't fund their capital programs. It falls upon the municipality to fund their capital program or operating deficits. And then, but from a WRPS's perspective, our operating budget is responsible for funding all of our operations. So if we run a deficit, for instance, and it's also responsible for funding the entire capital program. So I do know that some police services may not retain their surplus. However, there is different funding arrangements where the municipality does assist in terms of liabilities and capital funding. So if one aspect of our relationship changes, the entire structure should be revisited in terms of the how we operate from a financial perspective. So one of our concerns in regards to potentially not being able to retain operating budget surpluses is that would weaken the strategy that we've been able to put in place with the regional finance team, in that we continue to try to build those reserve and reserve fund balances and shifting money away from debt. And I mean, just this fall, we worked together on some capital programs. And, you know, there was some information where we thought, okay, we cannot issue some debt for this. So I'm just concerned that some of those activities, we would have to start issuing more items through debt if we didn't be able to bolster some of these reserves. So that concludes the presentation.
Okay, we do have some questions which we'll try to get through. I know there will be another opportunity where Kristen and the chief are back November 22nd. Councillor Hunak.
Thank you, Chair. In accordance with slide 100, which indicates that there's currently $46 million in police reserves, is it the position of WRPS and the board, including council representatives on it, that all of those taxpayer dollars are required to maintain adequate services through 2024?
Yes, that would be our position. As I noted, we do have some concerns from a long-term continuity perspective of our capital program. And if those reserves were mitigated, we would really have to think hard about what projects we can't proceed with or what equipment we can't replace or would need to defer. It could have some negative impacts on our operations. Yes.
Okay, and then as a follow-up, Chair Harris, can you speak to the target balances of your 11 reserve funds and whether we are meeting or exceeding those currently?
Yes, through the chair. So we have our stabilization reserve. So we have a general reserve that is there in place in case of a potential deficit or if collective agreement negotiations result in kind of retroactive costs that aren't considered through the budget process. The target for that reserve is $2 million, and we're at that target level. We have a benefit claims stabilization reserve, and the target is between $1.4 and $1.9 million. We are currently above that target, or sorry, the target is between $500K and $1 million, and we currently have a balance that's above that target. In terms of WSIB reserve, our balance is $14 million. The liability balance is $19 million, so there's a $5 million shortfall. Sick leave reserve, we have only $900K, and the liability is $36 million, so there's a $35 million shortfall. Employee future benefits, we have no reserves for, and the liability is 157 million, so there's 157 million shortfall. And then our capital replacement reserves, there's not necessarily a target balance. We look at it from a 10-year continuity perspective, and we look at money coming into the reserve and capital being funded out of it. So in a perfect world, it would be fully balanced from a 10-year perspective, but currently both our capital and our vehicle reserve are forecasted to go into deficits in the next 2 years, so that is not ideal.
Thank you. It is 5:30. However, I know that there's folks that would like to still get in and ask a few questions, so we may go another 10 minutes here. Hopefully we have enough time to have a bite to eat. 5-10 minutes. So let's just keep moving quick. Councillor Foxon.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. It's very enlightening. So let's assume that we take half your reserves. Does that mean in the following year you'd have to raise taxes that much more to offset the money you were going to put into the debt ones that you're already into? Or could that mean that?
Through the chair, if the reserves were reduced to the point that we could not fund our capital programs, then either we would need to increase our operating budget and the contributions to that reserve, or we would have to defer or not proceed with some of our capital programs.
So as I see what you've presented to us, you are not well off or solvent at all. You are doing due diligence and you're following the line, and sometimes you're below the line. I am surprised at the lack of funds you have in dealing with negotiations. Like you said, it was 900,000, and if you go to arbitration, that's going to wipe out everything you have.
Yes, so our stabilization reserve is at $2 million, so that would deal with a potential deficit. Years ago, we did have a deficit that essentially wiped out all our reserves, so that's where we've been making a concerted effort in the last so many years to try to build those reserves up, because at that point, they were reduced to almost nothing.
Thank you.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Ms. Hand, thanks for coming in. I wasn't sure who had prepared this report, so thank you very much for that. At the end of the day, Ms. Hand, the council is responsible for all costs, operational and capital of police services. And whether you're running a deficit or not, at the end of the day, that's the responsibility of council. And I note, for example, your 150 million plus WSIB deficit. Again, that's the responsibility of council, because all the funds that you spend are the funds that we generate predominantly through property taxes. Isn't that correct?
Our operating budget is funded from the property tax levy, yes.
Right.
However, in the past, we have been responsible for funding our operating budget deficits.
Sure, but at the end of the day, if there's a deficit, you understand council would have to pick that up, whether you had the money or we had the money. And I note, just so for clarity here, you have $7 million built into your budget now, which is essentially a surplus to fund these various reserves. And these reserves are not prescribed by the Ontario government. These are just reserves that the board has decided to establish. Isn't that correct?
The reserves were not the majority of the reserves, except for maybe the voice radio reserve that was set up in the last couple of years. They were put in place, not through the board, but through region. And if we did have to use our reserves to fund a deficit, then we would have problems funding our capital program. We would have to severely reduce that. So for instance, today, we were talking about our vehicle replacement reserve. That could mean that we couldn't replace any of our cruisers for the next year, for instance.
Well, hold on, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify that. If you couldn't replace a cruiser, would we take care of that for you?
Through the chair, no. The region does not provide any funding for capital programs for WRPS. The funding comes from the WRPS identified capital reserves. And if there's no funding in that, then debt is issued, and the debt principal and interest payments are funded by WRPS through their operating budget.
Get some clarification from Mr. Dyer on that. Thank you very much.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Just a quick question. I don't know if it's for you, Ms. Henn, or for Mr. Dyer. Just to clarify, the money for the reserves is kept within the region for the police service. Their reserves, they're kept here. Like we oversee them. Okay, so does that impact our AAA credit rating? Do their reserves have an impact on our credit rating?
Through the chair, only to the extent that they become part of our overall financial position. So when we do our financial statements at the end of the year, the ones that we bring to audit committee that have a third-party external audit, all the figures in those financial statements include police service as if they were just another department of the region. Operating expenditure, operating revenue, capital investment, capital assets, reserves and reserve funds, they're all part of our balance sheet and our operating statement.
Okay, so that being said, noticing that there's a significant deficit, to know that may not have an impact on our credit rating. There's a disconnect there. I just find that concerning. I don't know if there's more that needs to be explored, but it's something that looking at the numbers presented, looking at our AAA credit rating and the deficit that currently exists, that doesn't make sense to me. But I'll kind of stop there. Maybe you can report back on that or what have you, but there seems to be a disconnect there.
So, colleagues, it is 5:35. We need to get down for a quick bite and be back up for 6. Kirsten, thank you very much for coming today. I know you'll be likely joining the chief again on the 22nd. If there are questions, which I know there are, we can't get to everybody today, unfortunately, please email them to Kirsten, and I know that they'll likely do their best to get back to you. So thank you, everybody. We'll recess until 6 p.m.